Chapter 1974. I heard that Hong Su's cultivation base has already entered the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He's also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian had heard about Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, he was not unfamiliar with Hong Su. I wonder what crime he committed to be banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. However, with his strength, he'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. Hong Su won't be staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, I'll have to see if he's capable of snatching my Primus house. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian put the pagoda away and pushed the door open. He soared into the air and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and faced the aloof figure outside the Primus house. He's Hong Su. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the middle-aged man in front of him carefully. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was very inconspicuous. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was studying Hong Su was also studying Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the purpose of his trip. At the same time, the words that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian had said to him before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine rang in his ears again. Hong Su, I know you'll definitely die no matter what the outcome is. However, I still have to warn you. If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, I'll take it that you've shown mercy to him even if you die. I'll still annihilate your entire Hong clan. Lian's words completely destroyed the last bit of hope in Hong Su's heart. Originally, he was still thinking he was threatened by Lian to kill Duan Lingtian. No matter what the result was, he would definitely die. If that was the case, could he choose to stop at the critical moment and let Duan Lingtian kill him? This way, he wouldn't have to bear the burden of sin before he died. After all, he had no enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he hated Lian very much in his heart, so he naturally didn't want Lian to get what he wanted. However, Lian's words made him completely give up on this idea. Duan Lingtian must die. Otherwise, even if he died, his family would be implicated. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. For the sake of my family, I can only kill you. Don't worry, after you die, I will accompany you. If there is a next life, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I am willing to do everything I can to compensate you. Hong Su thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother. Apart from his powerful strength, another reason was that he was kind and never had a falling out with anyone. He was famous for being a nice person. However, it was precisely such a good person who had been forced into a desperate situation by Lian today. At the same time, a hint of pity could be seen in the depth of Hong Su's eyes. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. What's Hong Su feeling sorry for? He can't bear to snatch my Primus house? If that's the case, why does he still want to snatch my Primus house? This was how Duan Lingtian understood the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. That was the only way he could understand it. After all, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum whom he had never met before, would want to kill him the first time they met. Duan Lingtian, Hong Su said bluntly, today, regardless of whether you're willing to give up your Primus house or not, I hope you'll be willing to fight me. I'd like to see the 3 high-grade divine abilities you've mastered. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel stunned. Wasn't Hong Su a little too confident? Did he really think Duan Lingtian would admit defeat and give up his Primus house? Senior brother Hong Su is really confident. At the same time, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene understood Hong Su's words. With the 3 high-grade divine abilities, senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to a Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother Hong Su seems to be looking down on senior brother Duan Lingtian. I agree. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will give up his Primus house on his own accord? How's that possible? With senior brother Duan Lingtian's character, it's impossible for him to give up his Primus house on his own accord unless senior brother Hong Su can defeat him. The group of 4 symbol sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them felt Duan Lingtian would admit defeat or give up his Primus house on his own accord. Chengji, it's you? Why are you here as well? What did you do? A 4 symbol sanctum's disciple suddenly appeared next to another 4 symbol sanctum's disciple and asked in surprise. The 4 symbol sanctum's disciple standing before him was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they knew each other and had a good relationship. Due to this reason, he decided to join in. We'll talk about it later. The latter shook his head. His eyes did not leave Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. Let's watch the show first. Perhaps we'll be able to get some inspiration from their fight. Upon hearing this, the former nodded in agreement before he shifted his gaze to Hong Su and Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the latter suddenly narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Hong Su. Senior brother Hong Su, I'm someone sent by Elder Lian. If you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, give me the Kismet reuniting pill after you kill him. When Hong Su heard the voice, he glanced at a 4 symbol sanctum's disciple in the distance from the corner of his eyes. Although he did not know this 4 symbol sanctum's disciple, he had some impression of him. He was certain he was from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon hearing the other party's voice transmission, Hong Su nodded subtly even though he was infuriated. Before he came to the 4 symbol sanctum's first mind, Lian had looked for him and told him this. Hong Su, if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, then kill him with your own strength. After you kill him, think of a way to pass the Kismet reuniting pill to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple I sent without attracting any attention. At that time, he'll contact you. At the same time, he'll also determine if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength. If he finds out you're able to kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, but you still use the Kismet reuniting pill, if that's the case, don't blame me for making a move on your clan. When Hong Su recalled Lian's words, he felt aggrieved and resentful. However, this proved one thing. Just as he had guessed, a forbidden pill like the Kismet reuniting pill was extremely precious even to Lian. For this reason, Lian did not hesitate to send a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to follow him to the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. Hong Su, do you really look down on me, Duan Lingtian? Do you think I'll admit defeat and give you the Primus house? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently as he looked at Hong Su. I'm just worried you won't let me enjoy myself to the fullest, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su replied nonchalantly. You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely let you enjoy yourself to the fullest today. As soon as Hong Su finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a faint whirlpool. Elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by the whirlpool at a terrifying speed. All of it surged into Duan Lingtian's body and strengthened the Sun Saint energy in his body. After a while, the whirlpool disappeared. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was completely absorbed and became a part of the Sun Saint energy in his body. Naturally, this energy was only temporarily for him to use. He needed to use his spiritual energy to support it. Once his spiritual energy was almost depleted, the energy that he had absorbed would also disappear without a trace. At that time, his Sun Saint power would be beaten back to its original state. What a brilliant assist-type divine ability! Hong Su narrowed his eyes when he sensed the change in Duan Lingtian's Saint energy. Initially, the Saint energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body was only comparable to the Saint energy at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body had changed again. It was now comparable to the Saint energy at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. Golden Crow's Wings. As Duan Lingtian cried out in his heart, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As they flapped gently, the air in the surroundings seemed to have heated up. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Tian flapped the golden crow's wings on his back and took the lead to charge toward Hong Su like a cannonball that had been fired. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Hong Su, who was a mastery quintessential saint stage disciple. For this reason, he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hong Su, take this. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian appeared near Hong Su. He cried out loudly as he raised his hand. His Sun Saint energy surged out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and formed a palm before he slammed it down on Hong Su. The palm that was accompanied by the majestic Sun Saint energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic mountain as it pressed down on Hong Su. It was as though it was trying to suppress Hong Su. Just in time, Hong Su cried out loudly in the face of Duan Tian's palm that was slamming down like a mountain. He borrowed the force from the palm and shot out. Boom! Faced with Duan Tian's majestic palm, Hong Su did not dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist as Saint energy surged out. Then, he swung his fist out violently to meet Duan Tian's ferocious palm. Chapter 1975. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Tian's palm collided with Hong Su's punch. Following that, the two energies collided violently. Instantly, the void shook. With the collision of the two forces as the center, a vast and distorted wave of air swept out in all directions, setting off gusts of violent wind. The gusts of wind were as sharp as knives, forcing many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to retreat. Boom, 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 boom. When the two energies collided, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Su stood there motionlessly like a statue. On the other hand, Duan Tian, who had made the first move, was pushed back by the vast energy. It took him a while before he managed to dodge the remaining force of Hong Su's punch. Hong Su was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. His punch contained the mastery quintessential saint energy. Duan Tian's Sun Saint energy, on the other hand, was only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse's saint energy even after the boost from the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage in this direct collision of energy. The strength of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse is so terrifying. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Tian was at a disadvantage. They did not expect Hong Su to be so powerful. Although they were shocked by Hong Su's strength, they were not certain Hong Su would be able to defeat Duan Tian. After all, Duan Tian had mastered 5 high-grade divine abilities. One of the high-grade divine abilities was an offensive divine ability. It was the only high-grade divine ability that Hong Su had not cast yet. I'm still inferior to him in terms of pure strength, Duan Tian thought to himself as he looked at Hong Su in the distance. However, he was not discouraged. He was not discouraged because he still had more powerful techniques that he had not cast yet. Use your high-grade offensive ability. Otherwise, you're no match for me. After sending Duan Tian flying with a punch, Hong Su, who did not continue to pursue, said in a cold voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase. If Duan Tian used a high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be incomparable. When Duan Tian cast his high-grade movement divine ability to charge at him, he discovered Duan Tian's speed was definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He might even be faster than most powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Because of this, he could only passively defend, because he couldn't catch up with Duan Tian. As long as he could hold on until the effect of Duan Tian's support god art wore off, his chance would come. At that time, it would be extremely easy for him to kill Duan Tian. As you wish. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Tian's eyes narrowed. After replying to Hong Su softly, he flapped his golden crow's wings again and charged at Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Hong Su's expression turned grave as well. Saint energy was faintly visible on the surface of his body as he prepared for battle. Currently, Duan Lingtian was an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator before the effect of his support divine ability wore off. Even Hong Su did not dare to underestimate an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived near Hong Su, a loud noise rang in the air. He stomped his feet on the air and soared into the sky. Golden crow's wings. Otherworldly celestial. The high-grade movement divine ability, coupled with the high-grade offensive divine ability, caused Duan Lingtian's body to disappear before Hong Su's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Hong Su's expression turned grave when he saw this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. At the same time, the eyes of the four symbol sanctum's disciples brightened as they stared at the sky. He's out. Suddenly, someone called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared. It was as though he had come out from the clouds. However, the Duan Lingtian who came out from the clouds was not one person, but 5. It's just as the rumors say. Upon seeing this, many of the four symbol sanctum's disciples' eyes lit up. Prior to this, they had also heard about the characteristics of the high-grade offensive divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had indeed cast the high-grade offensive divine ability he had mastered when faced with the 5 Duan Lingtians that they could not tell the real from the fake. At this moment, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was graceful as though he was a celestial. Moreover, there were 5 celestials. Apart from the graceful aura, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian emitted a chilling aura. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a sword celestial. Moreover, he had split into 5 before he charged toward Hong Su and launched an attack. Apart from casting the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, his attack also contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that was close to the 3rd stage. The latter was equivalent to a brilliant sword technique. Buzz. The Saint Saber that Hong Su was holding began to tremble violently when Duan Lingtian emerged from the clouds and split into 5. Naturally, it was not trembling on its own. It was trembling violently because Hong Su was injecting more and more saint energy into it. The Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand was a 100 inscription Saint Saber. The Hong clan had spent a lot of money to find an advanced Saint inscription master to make it for him. It was extremely powerful. Due to this reason, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage in terms of Saint weapons in his battle with Duan Lingtian today. Saber King Manifestation. Hong Su yelled inwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the advanced divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Immediately after, the saint energy in his body skyrocketed and spread out, causing a huge illusory figure to appear around his body, shrouding him within. It was a huge illusory figure. One could vaguely see that it was a burly man who exuded a domineering aura. He held a huge saber in his hand. The sharp aura on the saber was a perfect match with his domineering aura. When the aura spread out, it caused the surrounding void to resound with faint but continuous explosions. It was as though the saber god had descended. This was Hong Su's intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. It was a saber-type offensive divine ability. This mystique could congeal the Saber King Phantom and control it to attack. Its power was much stronger than if he were to attack himself. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. As soon as Hong Su cast the divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation, Duan Lingtian roared in his heart and made his move. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber flashed and moved in a mysterious trajectory. In the end, it was swung around like a gust of cold wind. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Slash. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Su yelled. As he swung the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand, the Saber King Manifestation moved as well. The Saber King Manifestation's movement was exactly the same as Hong Su's. After a while, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand swept out toward Duan Lingtian, who was not far from him. At the same time, the Saber King Manifestation's saber slashed toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz. buzz, 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 buzz. Streaks of solid and powerful saber rays were accompanied by a series of wails and howls as they charged toward Duanling Tian, who looked like 5-sword celestials who had descended to the mortal world. There were hundreds and thousands of saber rays that formed a saber net in the air. It was as though they were going to envelop Duanling Tian. The 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples were still dazzled by the scene before them when Duanling Tian suddenly yelled, "Break!" In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples, the 100 inscriptions Saint Sabers in the hands of the 5 Duanling Tian, who looked like sword celestials, suddenly lit up. From afar, it looked like 5 blazing suns in the sky. The saber net seemed to be shrouded in darkness. However, when the 5 blazing suns rose into the sky, 5 enormous rays of light illuminated everything and broke through the darkness. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air, causing the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples' eardrums to vibrate. However, they continued to watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Even those who had a weaker cultivation base were gritting their teeth and persevering. They did not want to miss out on any of the exciting scenes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian, who looked like a sword celestial, destroyed the saber net with his 500 inscriptions Saint Swords. At the same time, the 5 Duanling Tian and the 500 inscriptions Saint Swords merged into one. At this moment, Duanling Tian stood with his sword in hand, like an invincible sword celestial. His sword was invincible. Barf. After the saber net was destroyed, the Saber King manifestation disappeared as well. Hongsu also suffered quite a bit of backlash. His face was flushed as he threw up a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the congested blood, his face quickly turned from red to pale white. It was as though he had lost all color in his face. Senior brother Hongsu lost? I think so. Senior brother Duanling Tian is too powerful. That high-grade offensive divine ability is invincible. Even if senior brother Duanling Tian's strength has yet to reach the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he's not far from it. At the very least, not many mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses are on par with him, let alone defeat him. When the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples looked at Duanling Tian again, the respect in their eyes was even more intense. The strength that Duanling Tian had displayed had not only shocked them, but it had also won their respect. Hongsu, you've lost, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at Hongsu calmly. However, in his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. I didn't expect the otherworldly celestial to be so much more powerful after being upgraded. Hongsu's attack was not weak, but it was easily broken by me. Chapter 1976. Hongsu's earlier attack contained an extraordinary saber technique and saber technique divine ability. Duanling Tian could see and feel this. Of course, he was certain that Hongsu's previous attack was his strongest attack. Even his most powerful attack had been defeated by him. What else could Hongsu use to fight him? Just when most of the 4 symbol Sanctum's disciples, including Duanling Tian, thought Hongsu would retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hongsu took out a pill bottle from his bosom. Crack! As Hongsu exerted force in his hand, he crushed the pill bottle. In the next instant, a blood-red pill that emitted a gloomy aura appeared before everyone's eyes. Hongsu flipped his hand, and the pill entered his mouth. Gulp! In just a blink of an eye, Hongsu had swallowed the pill. The sound of his gulp could be heard clearly. This is not a healing pill. Duanling Tian's expression changed, and his eyes widened. He could tell it was a healing pill, but the pill Hongsu took out was definitely not a healing pill. Moreover, it gave him a dangerous feeling. Boom. While the 4 symbol Sanctum's disciples were still puzzled, Hongsu's saint energy surged again. However, the saint energy that surged out of Hongsu's body was on a completely different level compared to before. His current saint energy gave everyone, including Duanling Tian, a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Hongsu's eyes turned red, and the saint energy that spread out of his body was shrouded in a layer of gloomy black qi. It was a bone-chilling sight. Forbidden pill. It was unknown who cried out, but it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing an uproar. Senior brother Hong Su. He actually consumed a forbidden pill? Isn't it just for a Primus house? Is there a need to do this? Although the effect of the forbidden pill is similar to the effect of the assistive divine ability, the side effect is far greater than the side effect of the assistive divine ability. Is senior brother Hong Su out of his mind? For the sake of an A-class house, he didn't hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. Even if he uses the forbidden pill to defeat Duan Lingtian, once the effects of the pill wear off, Duan Lingtian can easily take back the Primus house. I really don't understand what he's thinking. After Hong Su consumed the medicinal pill, his body began to change. The four symbol sanctum's disciples were in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Hong Su would do such a thing. Forbidden pill? When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the four symbol sanctum's disciples, a look of deep fear immediately appeared in his eyes. He had naturally heard of the forbidden pill before. He knew that it was an extremely terrifying pill that could allow a person's strength to rise to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the side effects were also very strong. After Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his saint energy seems to have risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. What kind of forbidden pill did he consume? As far as Duan Lingtian knew, the higher one's cultivation base was, the rarer the forbidden pill was. A forbidden pill that could raise a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse's cultivation base to the peak of the quintessential saint stage was rare even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. He wants to kill me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hong Su was glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Moreover, Hong Su emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as though he would not rest until he killed Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, Hong Su made his move. So, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Hong Su was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. He felt extremely threatened by Hong Su. Golden Crow's wings. Duan Lingtian instantly mobilized his Sun Saint energy and transformed it into a pair of Golden Crow's wings. As soon as the Golden Crow's wings flapped, he shot into the distance at an extremely fast speed in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Hong Su. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered that Hong Su's speed was much faster than Hong Su's. Hong Su's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian had imagined. In fact, he was even faster than Duan Lingtian. Hong Su was closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the four symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene also noticed this. Heavens! What's senior brother Hong Su doing? Is he trying to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? What a terrifying killing intent. When did senior brother Duan Lingtian offend senior brother Hong Su? Why would senior brother Hong Su consume a forbidden pill just to kill him? No wonder senior brother Hong Su asked about senior brother Duan Lingtian's whereabouts instead of the Primus house. As it turns out, he has an ulterior motive. He doesn't want the Primus house. He wants senior brother Duan Lingtian's life. I knew senior brother Hong Su wouldn't consume a forbidden pill just for a mere Primus house. As it turns out, he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the four symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene had also noticed Hong Su's intention to kill Duan Lingtian. A few four symbol sanctum's disciples hastily left to report this to the elders in the first mine's punishment zone. Usually, there were no elders stationed in the four symbol sanctum's residence in the punishment zone. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to run anymore. Your greatest advantage is your speed. Compared to your speed, your attack is much weaker. Now that I've caught up to you, do you think your high-grade offensive divine ability will be able to block my attack? Hong Su said coldly as he chased after Duan Lingtian. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. My current strength is extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. It can be said that I'm invincible below the Saint Celestial stage. Unless you've entered the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today. Hong Su spoke once more, and his tone was emotionless. Hongshu, you're willing to consume the forbidden pill just to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Waves of shock surged in Duan Lingtian's heart. Although he knew Hong Su's strength would increase tremendously after consuming the forbidden pill, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. No wonder Hong Su's speed was even faster than him even after he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. What kind of forbidden pill did senior brother Hong Su consume? It's so exaggerated. He's only a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, but his strength increased to such a terrifying level after consuming the forbidden pill. The forbidden pill he consumed is definitely not an ordinary forbidden pill. That's right. An ordinary forbidden pill wouldn't have such a terrifying effect. When the group of Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, an uproar broke out immediately. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Senior brother Hong Su shouldn't possess such a forbidden pill, right? That's right. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, such forbidden pills are extremely rare. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who are skilled in medicine refinement Dao would be able to refine them. I heard senior brother Hong Su has a third-rate force behind him. If it's his clan, they might be able to obtain such a pill. Many Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock. At this point, I'm not afraid to admit it. I consumed the forbidden pill to kill you, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su growled. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time I've seen you. There's no enmity between us, so why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'll tell you all this when we're on the road to hell. Hong Su growled again. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed completely at this moment. He could tell. Hong Su was determined to kill him even at the cost of his own life. In other words, Hong Su was even willing to sacrifice his own life to kill him. How great was the enmity between them for Hong Su to be so desperate? Upon hearing Hong Su's growl, the group of Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples fell into an uproar again. They understood what Hong Su meant. Heavens! Did senior brother Duan Lingtian kill senior brother Hong Su's father or snatch senior brother Hong Su's wife? He's actually willing to sacrifice his own life to avenge senior brother Hong Su. That's right. Only the enmity of killing one's father and snatching one's wife would make senior brother Hong Su act so crazily, right? Many Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Saber King Manifestation. When Hong Su was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian, he suddenly shouted and cast his intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King Manifestation. Immediately, a Saber King phantom that was as large as a mountain appeared around him. The illusionary figure of the Saber Emperor was more than twice the size of the one Hong Su had previously produced. Moreover, the aura of this Saber King manifestation and the gigantic saber in his hand was much more terrifying than the one he had conjured earlier. They were not on the same level at all. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something. Hong Su, whose strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, was not only faster than Duan Lingtian, but his attack had also completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he might not be able to fight Hong Su on equal footing. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. With another shout, the 100 inscription Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand shone brightly. It seemed to have transformed into a bright moon as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saber King manifestation made its move as well. Following Hong Su's example, he swung his saber and targeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to change color in the wake of the saber ray. The sun and moon dimmed. Oh no! Duan Lingtian, who was being targeted, watched as the saber ray that seemed to be able to cut through everything split into thousands of saber rays and interweaved into a saber net before charging at him. It made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he felt as though a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Unbearable. It was too unbearable. Chapter 1977. The saber net swept out accompanied by waves of ghastly ghost cries, and its target was locked onto Duan Lingtian. One could imagine Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he was enveloped by the saber net. With my current strength, It's impossible for me to block Hong Su's saber. It seems like I can only transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the menacing saber net, the vast Sun Saint energy in Duan Ling Tian's body instantly stimulated the dragon energy that was hidden in every part of his body, causing the dragon energy to spread all over his body. Wherever the dragon energy passed, Duan Lingtian's body would undergo tremendous changes in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws in just a blink of an eye. Dragon scales that shone with a cold light appeared all over his body, causing his body below his chin to transform into a humanoid divine dragon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he stretched his dragon claws that had 9 claws and felt the explosive energy in his body. He lifted the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword and charged toward the saber net that was coming at him menacingly. It was as though he was going to fight it head-on. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to do so. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase much. Instead, his defense and brute strength had increased the most. With the combination of his brute strength and the Sun Saint energy in his body, he could unleash more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer hid the fact that he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, there was no way he could hide it. Faced with Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Lingtian only had 2 choices. If he did not choose between the 2 choices, he would definitely die. One of the 2 choices was to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The other was to use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone Hong Su, whose strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword or his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was more troublesome. Once the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted. For this reason, he decisively chose to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's defense and brute strength was much stronger. If Hong Su came 7 or 8 days, I wouldn't be afraid of him even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If he had another 7 or 8 days, he would be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for another 70 to 80 days. Moreover, he was confident that he would be able to successfully comprehend and master the Black Turtle's barrier within 70 to 80 days. However, Hong Su did not give him any time and rushed over. That's after Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. He lifted his sword to meet the saber net formed by Hong Su's attack. The 4 symbol sanctum's disciples widened their eyes as they stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked completely different in their eyes. He had transformed from a human into a variant with a dragon's body. It's the technique of transforming into a dragon warrior. Many of the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene had sharp eyes. They could tell Duan Lingtian's technique with just a glance. Dragon warrior? It's said that every dragon warrior is a human who has been granted the ability to transform into a dragon by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. Every divine dragon with more than 7 claws can only create 1 dragon warrior in their lifetime. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon created him to become a 7-clawed dragon warrior? The 4 symbol sanctum's disciples did not forget to whisper among themselves as their eyes widened. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. They did not notice that Duan Lingtian had 9 claws on each of his dragon claws. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. This was because a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence to them. Otherworldly celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, split into 5 as he charged toward the saber net. The 4 clones were extremely lifelike. Moreover, the 100 inscriptions Saint swords in their hands were extremely lifelike as well. It was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. The otherworldly celestial was a high-grade offensive divine ability. It did not require one to dive down to cast it. Duan Lingtian, who had split into 5 clones, charged toward the saber net at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. If Duan Lingtian, who had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior before he cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 celestials. However, now that Duan Lingtian had cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 devils from the bottomless abyss. Moreover, he looked like a devil with a dragon's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 short-lived sword cries rang in the air as the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian intertwined with each other and charged toward the saber net. At this moment, not only did Duan Lingtian release the Sun Saint energy in his body that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactic, but he did not hold back his powerful physical strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior at all. Finally, Duan Lingtian charged toward the saber net. Wherever the 5 sword gleams passed, over 100 of the thousands of saber gleams that interweaved into a net of saber gleams were instantly shattered. After Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he was not afraid of the thousands of saber rays that were released by the Saber King Phantom that had left Hong Su's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, the thousands of saber rays that had formed the saber net were just too many. Although some of them were shattered by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, many of them still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. After a while, the 4 clones of Duan Lingtian could no longer withstand the attacks and were the first to collapse. Roar. At the same time, Duan Lingtian let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Whoosh. At the same time, a thick and sharp dragon tail appeared behind him. It lashed out and easily shattered the saber rays that were attacking him. Even so, many saber rays still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, the saber rays landed on Duan Lingtian's body one after another, causing sparks to appear due to the friction between the saber rays. The dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's body blocked the saber rays. However, there were still many deep saber marks on the dragon scales. If the saber rays went deeper, they would be able to break the dragon scales. Hong Su. After successfully breaking the saber net, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. His throat bobbed as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back flapped rapidly. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. With the help of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian, who had a dragon's human form, charged toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. Hong Su's expression changed drastically. This was because Hong Su had used his full strength in the attack earlier. The full strength he used referred to his full strength after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. Initially, Hong Su thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die under his powerful attack. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to block his full-strength attack that contained the divine ability, the Saber King manifestation, and the Saber technique, the Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. Naturally, like the other 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, he thought Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior, it would be impossible for him to block Hong Su's full-strength attack, let alone neutralize it. How can a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so powerful? The moment Hong Su thought of this, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian's dragon claws. This glance was enough to scare him out of his wits. 9 claws? This was because he could clearly see that after Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, each of his dragon claws had 9 sharp claws. These were the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed divine dragons were legendary dragons. They were also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon and the 9-clawed winged dragon. This Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Hong Su's expression was ghastly. He did not move at all in the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. This was because the effects of the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, had faded a lot. It was impossible for him to unleash the same attack again. For this reason, he no longer had any intention to fight Duanling Tian. That's 9 claws. At the same time, many of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples noticed the difference in Duanling Tian's dragon claw when they saw Duanling Tian charging toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed after destroying the saber net formed by thousands of saber rays. Those are the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon? A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Oh my god. Senior brother Duanling Tian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples regained their senses one after another. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces as they stared at Duanling Tian. How's this possible? Chapter 1978. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. To the disciples of the Four Symbol Sanctums, including Hong Su, this was undoubtedly a legendary existence. However, today, they had seen this legendary existence with their own eyes. The scene before their eyes felt surreal. Many of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples felt as though they were dreaming. However, after some tests, they realized they were not dreaming. Everything before their eyes was real. Duanling Tian was really a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I can't believe senior brother Duanling Tian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, even senior brother Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill and raised his strength to the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Hong Su's attack earlier could be considered as the strongest attack he could unleash after consuming the forbidden pill. Now, the effect of the forbidden pill must have faded a lot. It's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful attack again. Senior brother Hong Su is going to be defeated. Defeated? Do you think it's possible? Senior brother Hong Su wanted to kill Duanling Tian earlier. Even if senior brother Duanling Tian kills him now, it's only in self-defense. It won't violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Do you think senior brother Duanling Tian will let him go? The group of Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They were shocked by Duanling Tian's ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At the same time, they felt Hong Su was going to die in Duanling Tian's hands. Currently, Duanling Tian really wanted to kill Hong Su. Whoosh! With the help of his high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, Duanling Tian charged toward Hong Su at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Su would be faster than him. This was because he knew the effect of the forbidden pill would not last for long. It wouldn't be long before the effects of the forbidden pill in Hong Su's body faded away. At that time, Hong Su would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. However, just as Duanling Tian thought Hong Su would flee in a hurry when he saw him chasing after him, Hong Su suddenly stopped. He also noticed that Hong Su had no intention of fleeing. Hong Su stood there motionless like a piece of wood. What is he trying to do? Seeing Hong Su's reaction, Duanling Tian became a little scared. When he was still some distance away from Hong Su, he stopped and looked at Hong Su with a frown, even though he wished he could kill Hong Su. However, the current Hong Su was simply too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Duanling Tian. At this moment, a clear voice transmission resonated in Duanling Tian's ears. He could tell that it was Hong Su's voice. Immediately, Duanling Tian's face darkened, and his frown deepened. Why was Hong Su transmitting his voice at a time like this? Was he trying to beg for mercy? Duanling Tian, I know you want to kill me. However, this is normal. After all, the reason I'm here today is to kill you. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice. I'm transmitting my voice to you for the sake of my clan. I know even if I've consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I'm still no match for you after you've transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effect of your assist-type divine ability is obviously longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. For this reason, it's impossible for me to kill you. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duanling Tian's frown eased slightly. At least this Hong Su was aware of his own limitations. The Kismet rejoining pill is a very famous forbidden pill in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is only a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short time. Apart from that, the Kismet rejoining pill can only be refined by quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Masters who specialize in medicine refinement Tao. It's a very precious forbidden pill. Hong Su continued to say. Duan Lingtian had no idea what the Kismet rejoining pill was. However, his eyes widened when he heard Hong Su's last sentence. A pill that can only be refined by a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master? I've told you so much, mainly because I want you to do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you can think of a way to send a message to my family so that they can quickly move away. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. To repay your kindness, I'm willing to tell you a secret. Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, used my clan to threaten me. That's why I'm here and want to kill you. He was also the one who gave me the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. When Hong Su mentioned Lian, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Lian? Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He believed Hong Su's words. This was because he still remembered when he first met Hong Su. There was a hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes when he looked at him. Previously, he did not understand the meaning behind the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. However, after listening to Hong Su's words, he finally understood. At this moment, he could clearly feel the helplessness in Hong Su's heart. Under Lian's coercion, Hong Su did not have a choice at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's killing intent that was directed at Hong Su had dissipated by quite a bit. He no longer wanted to kill Hong Su as much as he did before. Currently, he was much calmer. As it turned out, Lian was the mastermind behind all of this. You can report him to the Enforcement Elder. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su and said through voice transmission, if you think it's useless to report him to the Enforcement Elder, you can report him to the Enforcement Hall after you've passed the Saint Land's assessment and entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. It's useless. Hong Su smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission, even if I successfully report him, he'll only receive a light punishment at most. After he's punished, he'll definitely hold a grudge. At that time, he might not dare to make a move on me because he's afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism. However, my family will definitely be annihilated by him. If it wasn't for my clan, I wouldn't have been led by the nose by him. After all, he won't dare to make a move on me because of the rules of Zoroastrianism. Hong Su paused for a moment before he continued to say bitterly, before I came here, he told me that if I don't kill you, he won't let my clan go no matter what. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, I beg you, you must find a way to inform my clan. Ask them to move away so they won't fall into his evil hands. As long as you help me, I'm willing to do anything for you if there's an afterlife. When Hong Su reached the end of his voice transmission, he struck his head at lightning speed and committed suicide. Boom. When Hong Su's body fell to the ground, the group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su's body with a complicated expression before he reverted to his human form. On the other hand, the other 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Senior brother Hong Su actually committed suicide? It seems like he was worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Otherwise, why would he choose to commit suicide so decisively? It's good that he committed suicide. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well commit suicide. Although the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples were shocked by Hong Su's suicide, they could understand his decision. Useless thing. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was sent by Lian to monitor Hong Su could not help but frown when he saw Hong Su committing suicide so decisively. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian in the distance, a hint of dread appeared on his face. Moreover, this Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I must inform Elder Lian about this as soon as possible. Naturally, he knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. Soon after, a few bronze flame elders from the punishment zone of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine arrived. The 4 bronze flame elders were respectively from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. When they received the news, they rushed over anxiously. At the same time, they felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. Perhaps, Hong Su might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian if he was not in his usual state. However, after Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had increased tremendously. It should not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. This was what they thought. They were anxious when they rushed over because they were worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. They did not know what Duan Lingtian's background was. However, based on how the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected Duan Lingtian, they could tell that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple at all. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be protected by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root? They were worried the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would vent their anger on them because of Duan Lingtian's death. For this reason, they traveled at full speed and were extremely anxious. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded. This was because the scene before their eyes was completely different from what they had imagined. Hong Su is dead? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder discovered Hong Su's body. Shock was written all over his face. After a long while, he finally shifted his gaze away from Hong Su's body and began to look around. In the end, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elders from the punishment zone from the other three sanctums also shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1979. This Hong Su, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the arrival of the four punishment district's elders. At this moment, it seemed as though Hong Su was the only person left in his world. Everyone, please search for the complete picture. Dead. To be more precise, only Hong Su's corpse was left. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Hong Su. Hong Su's voice transmission to him earlier continued to reverberate in his ears. He could feel Hong Su's anger and displeasure when he mentioned the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. He could also feel Hong Su's frustration and helplessness when he mentioned how he was threatened by Lian. Hong Su's emotions had affected him to a certain extent. Hong Su was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was about to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He had a bright future ahead of him. However, Lian wanted to use him to deal with Duan Lingtian and forced him into a dead end. Duan Lingtian's feelings were complicated as he looked at Hong Su's corpse. Don't worry. I'll help you inform your clan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and secretly made a promise to Hong Su. Naturally, he could not leave the four-symbol sanctum's first mind now, and he had to inform Hong Su's clan as soon as possible. Due to this reason, he could only find someone to do it on his behalf. He already had a candidate in mind. Duan Lingtian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior? Duan Lingtian easily blocked Hong Su's attack when his strength was raised to the Saint Celestial stage after he consumed a forbidden pill. Hong Su chose to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was staring at Hong Su's corpse in a daze, the four punishment district's elders learned about what had happened from the four-symbol sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, their hearts involuntarily stirred up waves of shock and awe. Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not succeed in the end. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to transform into a legendary nine-clawed dragon warrior. If not for that, he would definitely have succeeded. All of a sudden, the four elders looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. The person in front of him was someone who could transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Such an existence, even if placed among the dragons, would be worshipped by the dragons like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, the dragons mentioned here were not dragons from the lower province, but dragons from the upper province. Could it be the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall is protecting him because of this? Thinking up to this point, the four punishment district elders could not help but let their imaginations run wild. At the same time, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the four elders of the punishment district. He nodded slightly and greeted them. Greetings to the four elders. If it was any other time, perhaps they would feel displeased when they saw Duan Lingtian greeting them so casually. They would feel that Duan Lingtian did not take them seriously and was just brushing them off. However, when they learned that Duan Lingtian could transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, they completely dismissed this thought. A nine-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was an extraordinary existence among the dragons. For elders, I'd like to look for Elder Panghua. Duan Lingtian did not forget that Hong Su had asked him for help. After greeting the 4 punishment district elders, he immediately asked for help. Panghua was the first punishment district elder he saw when he followed the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong to the punishment district in the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. He was an elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. He did not know anyone else in the punishment district in the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. Now that he wanted to contact Guoxiong, he immediately thought of him. You're looking for Elder Panghua? I'll bring you there. Among the 4 punishment district elders, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder took the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this punishment district elder was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's uniform. When he heard his words, he immediately nodded his head. 3 elders, I'll leave this matter to you. After the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder spoke to the other 3 punishment district elders, he took the lead and flew out to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. At this moment, only a group of 4 symbol sanctum's disciples and the 3 punishment district elders remained in the area where the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples stayed. They only retracted their gazes when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. To the 3 punishment district elders, it was easy to deal with the following matter. Hong Su had consumed a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not succeed, it was still a heinous crime. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian killed Hong Su, Duan Lingtian would still be innocent. Let alone the fact that Hong Su had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment district dealt with Hong Su's corpse and left, the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples, who had been silent for a while due to the arrival of the punishment district's elders, could no longer remain silent. They whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Their words never left Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder to meet the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Panghua, whom he had met when he first arrived at the punishment district of the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. Duan Lingtian? When Panghua saw Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to put on airs and greeted him with a smile. Elder Panghua, I've come to look for you because of one thing. I would like to ask you to bring our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Guoxiong, here. I need his help with something. Duan Lingtian looked at Panghua and did not beat around the bush. No problem. Panghua agreed immediately. He knew Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a hurry, so he immediately left the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine and went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, Panghua returned. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong had returned with him. Duan Lingtian, you're looking for me? Guoxiong asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had come to look for him, Guoxiong would not have bothered. He was the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder no matter what. How could he be someone who could come and go as they pleased? However, when he heard the person who was looking for him was Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed over. The reason was none other than Duan Lingtian's innate talent. He had a bright future ahead of him. As long as he did not die prematurely, his future achievements would not be inferior to Guoxiong's. Such a person was worthy of Guoxiong's respect. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Guoxiong. He also told Guoxiong everything that Hong Su had told him through voice transmission. Guoxiong's expression turned graver and graver as he listened to Duan Lingtian's description. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was forced to such a state by Leon in broad daylight. This completely enraged Guoxiong. Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him, Guoxiong said in a deep voice. Elder Guoxiong, seeking justice for him is secondary. I hope you can help to inform Hong Su's family as soon as possible and ask them to leave their homeland. If it's too late, I'm worried Lian will vent his anger on Hong Su's family for failing to kill me, Duan Lingtian said to Guoxiong with a solemn expression. Elder Guoxiong, please help me. Take it that I owe you a favor for this matter. Duan Lingtian did not even hesitate to promise Guoxiong a favor for this matter. Guoxiong could not help but feel shocked. According to what you said earlier, this is the first time you've met Hong Su. Although he has a favor to ask of you, is there a need for you to be so concerned about him? Elder Guoxiong, please help me. Duan Lingtian continued with a serious expression. Shangxin? Perhaps. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Su's matter. Perhaps it was because he pitied Hong Su. Or perhaps it was because he subconsciously felt that Lian had forced Hong Su into a dead end because of him. For this reason, he subconsciously felt guilty. Don't worry. I know Hong Su's family. After I leave the four-symbol sanctum's first mine, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Su's family with them. I'll warn his family to leave their homeland as soon as possible. Guoxiong promised solemnly to Duan Lingtian when he saw how serious Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps he could sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, for Hong Su's death. However, even if the Saint Land Enforcement Hall confirmed the truth, Lian would only receive a symbolic punishment since he was not the one who killed Hong Su. As for Hong Su's family, even if Lian killed them, it would not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Thank you, Elder Guoxiong. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Guoxiong bade him farewell and left in a hurry. After obtaining Guoxiong's promise, Duan Lingtian was relieved. He immediately returned to the four-symbol sanctum's disciples' residence and entered the Primus house under the respectful gazes of the four-symbol sanctum's disciples. He continued to comprehend the first defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Zoroastrianism. Meanwhile, the news of Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and defeating Hong Su without a fight had spread from the punishment zone of the four-symbol sanctum's first mine. When this news spread to the four-symbol sanctums, it caused quite a commotion. Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Heavens! A 9-clawed dragon warrior? Why did he come to the Zoroastrianism instead of enjoying life in the dragons? When the people from the four-symbol sanctums found out Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they were stunned. As far as they knew, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon among dragons, while an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon among dragons. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon among dragons. However, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon among the current dragons. Chapter 1980. To a certain extent, the dragon warriors were the spokespersons of the mystical dragons. To be more precise, he was the spokesperson of the divine dragon that gave him the ability to transform into a dragon. 7-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 7-clawed divine dragons. 8-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 8-clawed divine dragons. 9-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 9-clawed divine dragons. Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like there was a 9-clawed divine dragon in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. To us, a 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary existence. In the past, we weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, since Duan Lingtian can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, this proves that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance of the 9-clawed divine dragon. That's why he can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian's luck is really enviable. Everywhere in the four-symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the news that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was spread everywhere. This news was shocking. At the same time, they also vaguely realized, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was once a 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. That was how he mastered the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. They couldn't think of any other possibility. Senior brother Hong Su was forced to his death by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four-symbol sanctums, was not peaceful as well. Many people found it hard to accept the news that Hong Su had committed suicide in the face of pressure from Duan Lingtian. These people were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who idolized Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Humph! What did he mean by being forced to death by senior martial brother Duan Lingtian? If Hong Su didn't want to kill senior martial brother Duan Lingtian, would senior martial brother Duan Lingtian force him? Ridiculous. There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew what had happened. They stood on Duan Lingtian's side and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. Exactly. In order to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian, Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. What a big deal. It's a pity that he's no match for senior brother Duan Lingtian, even though he's taken a forbidden pill. Compared to those who defended Hong Su, there were undoubtedly more Black Tortoise Tower disciples on Duan Lingtian's side. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In addition, Duan Lingtian was in the right. Therefore, those who supported him naturally outnumbered those who supported Hong Su. Humph! To think that I treated Hong Su as my eldest senior brother. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his fellow disciples. He didn't even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill to kill his fellow disciples. I was really blind before. Me too. In the past, I used to treat Hong Su as my idol. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. Why would I treat someone like that as my idol? There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hong Su who had turned against him. Hong Su's actions had hurt their hearts. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found it strange that Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, both of them don't know each other at all. However, why would senior brother Hong Su kill Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How deep is the enmity between them? If there's enmity between them, senior brother Hong Su would have made his move on Duan Lingtian long ago. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian was banished to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind before he chased after him? You're right. I feel like something's strange about this matter. Do you still remember that Elder Lian came to the residence of our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples 2 days ago to look for senior brother Hong Su? You mean senior brother Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian under Elder Lian's orders? Shh. Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smart. They knew Hong Su's pursuit of Duan Lingtian to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind to kill Duan Lingtian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. After all, the enmity between Lian and Duan Lingtian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Four Symbol Sanctums. However, even though they knew about it, they did not dare to spread it. If they were caught by Lian, they would be severely punished even if they did not die. They were not Duan Lingtian, so they did not dare to go against Lian. While the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over the matter between Duan Lingtian and Hong Su, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, had just returned from outside. As soon as he returned, he received news from the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind before he could even warm his seat. The source of the news was the person he had planted in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind. Useless trash. Lian cursed when he found out Hong Su had committed suicide and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the new stone table in the front yard of Lian's residence that had just been replaced was once again smashed into pieces by his palm, turning into powder that scattered all over the ground. The trash that Lian was cursing was, naturally, Hong Su. Initially, he thought it would be easy for Hong Su to kill Duan Lingtian since he had the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that Hong Su's strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew God would play a joke on him? Even Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. During the final moment of the death Duan Lingtian and Hong Su's battle, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. That was why he was able to withstand Hong Su's full force attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. It was also the most critical moment. The failure of that attack meant Hong Su no longer had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And that Duan Lingtian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve the legacy left behind by a nine-clawed divine dragon? Damn it! Damn it! Lian's expression turned grave when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian must be eliminated. He must be eliminated before he grows stronger, Lian said through gritted teeth after he took a deep breath. In the past, the innate talent in the martial Dao and divine ability that Duan Lingtian had displayed was enough to make him wary. Now that he found out that Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his heart could not help but tremble. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. If the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian was only a minor one, perhaps he would have put down his pride and taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had contacted the dragons or not. Although the current dragons were only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate force due to the fact that they only had a few seven-clawed divine dragons, the strength of the dragons was something that he could not help but be wary of. Even though any one of the three great sects was much stronger than the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan. Dragons were an ancient and mysterious race. This clan had existed in the Dao Martial Saintland for a very long time. It had even surpassed the three great sects. Who would believe that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Lian knew very well what was going on. The conflict between him and Duan Lingtian had long since reached a point of no return. There was simply no room for negotiation. What he needed to do now was to kill the Duan Lingtian before the Duan Lingtian matured. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian matured, he would be dead for sure. Before Hong Su committed suicide, he met eyes with Duan Lingtian for a while. I'm sure he must have communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission during that period of time. Even though Lian wasn't present when Duan Lingtian and Hong Su fought, Lian didn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian. However, through the people he had planted in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind, he had learned about the entire situation. He had not missed out on any insignificant details. Humph! Hong Su must have sold me out. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he must have asked Duan Lingtian to help inform the Hong clan so that they can leave their homeland. However, does he really think I'll leave the Hong clan behind after he kills Duan Lingtian? I'm not so stupid that I don't even know the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. Lian snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Just 2 days ago, after Hong Su had entered the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, he had made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated the entire clan. The Hong clan was located in the western region, and it was not far from Zoroastrianism. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take him half a day to reach the Hong clan. As for annihilating the entire clan, it would not even take him half a day. Currently, he had just returned from the Hong clan. I'm afraid Hong Su didn't expect that even if Duan Lingtian really sent someone to the Hong clan to inform them, what awaited them was only a pile of ruins. When Lian reached this part of his sentence, the sneer on his face turned even more sinister. However, news of Duan Lingtian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior and suspected to have obtained the inheritance of a nine-clawed divine dragon must be spread to the Northern Plethora sect and Zhaochong. Lian's thoughts suddenly changed. When he muttered again, he could not help but think about some things. Currently, what we can be sure of is that ever since the Dao Martial Saintland was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, there has never been a nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's inheritance, it's highly likely that he did not obtain it in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saintland. It's very likely that he obtained it in the Lower Province. Duan Lingtian might be from the Lower Province as well. The moment Lian thought of this, he immediately took out an empty jade token and sent it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect, to pass it to Yangchong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the jade token, he also gave Zhaochong a suggestion. If they could not find anything about Duan Lingtian in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saintland, they could head to the Lower Province to search. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lian to be so smart. Just based on the fact that he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he was able to deduce that he was from the Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saintland. Chapter 1981. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was in the punishment zone of the four-symbol sanctum's first mine, met the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong again. Damn. However, Guoxiong's expression was grave. Elder Guoxiong? A bad feeling rose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he saw Guoxiong's expression. When I arrived, the Hong clan was already in ruins. The entire Hong clan had been annihilated. Guoxiong said in a deep voice, actually, before I arrived at the Hong clan, I already had my suspicions. As far as I know, Lian is a ruthless and meticulous person. Perhaps, from the moment he wanted to use Hong Su to deal with you, he had no intention of letting the Hong clan go. Even if Hong Su killed you, he wouldn't let the Hong clan go. This was because he was worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Sooner or later, the Hong clan would suspect him of Hong Su's death. As it turns out, my guess was right. Lian had already made his move and annihilated the Hong clan before I arrived. Guoxiong finished speaking in one breath. How ruthless! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble as he deeply realized Lian's ruthlessness. The sense of danger he felt increased immediately. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Hong Su, I've already fulfilled your request. Unfortunately, Lian has already made his move on your clan. However, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before I send Lian down to reunite with you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, his eyes flashed coldly. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, Guoxiong seemed to have thought of something. He said to Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I plan to go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and sue Lian for threatening Hong Su and sending him to the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you must be mentally prepared. For this matter, the Holy Land Enforcement Hall will only punish Lian symbolically at most, and this matter won't spread. Can we spread the news ourselves? Duan Lingtian recalled the incident from before. It was precisely because he spread the news that Lian's eldest direct disciple, Wei He, was pushed into the limelight and caused Wei He to be executed. Don't be foolish. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was rejected by Guoxiong. In the next moment, Guoxiong said solemnly, this matter is completely different from the previous matter. The previous matter was more of an attempt by the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall to protect their dignity. After all, Wei He's actions were a challenge to the authority of the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall. However, this matter is not as exaggerated as it seems. Even if news of this spread out, it's impossible for the Enforcement Hall to execute Lian. After all, Lian is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't kill you personally. The most important thing is that you are safe and sound. When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. Unless you can get the dragons to intervene in this matter, perhaps the pressure from the dragons might be enough to make the Saint Land Enforcement Hall consider executing Lian. When Guoxiong met Duan Lingtian previously, he did not know Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. It was only when he returned today that he heard Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. With Duan Lingtian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his position among the dragons was not low. It was comparable to an eight-clawed divine dragon. Dragons? Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. Elder Guoxiong, I don't have any contact with the dragons. In fact, I don't even know where the dragons are. For this reason, it's impossible for me to ask the dragons to intervene in this matter. It seems like it's just as they guessed. You must have obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon. Guoxiong sighed. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, Guoxiong took this as a tacit agreement. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there has never been a nine-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guoxiong speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there had never been a nine-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Guoxiong's speculation, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned grave immediately. Why didn't I think of this before? At this moment, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression was so grave was because of Guo Xiong's speculation. He was not surprised when others guessed he had obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon. However, what did Guo Xiong say earlier? Guo Xiong actually guessed he had obtained the technique to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior from the WCI subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. If Guo Xiong could guess it, how could Lian not? Moreover, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, could not guess it as well? Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? If I knew transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior would expose my origins in the WCI subterranean, I'd rather use the Jasper Celestial Sword than transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian regretted it. He really regretted it now. He knew that by doing this, he had left behind a hidden danger for his family and friends. This was equivalent to him providing Li En and Yang Chong with clues about his background. Duan Lingtian, you... Guo Xiong was puzzled when he saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled apologetically at Guo Xiong. Elder Guo Xiong, thank you for everything you've done for me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. It's nothing. Guo Xiong shook his head and smiled. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment soon and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. However, you'll have to be careful when you become a Saint Land disciple. Now that you've exposed your identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, not only will Lian, who'll fight to the death with you, not be afraid of you, but he'll kill you at all costs. To him, as long as you're alive, he'll be in trouble sooner or later. For this reason, he won't show any mercy to you. Guo Xiong reminded him solemnly. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he did not care about it at all. What he was most worried about was not his own safety, but his family's safety. Elder Guo Xiong, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Duan Lingtian suddenly took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind. Then, he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guo Xiong to pass it to Zhu Luqi on his behalf. The content of the jade token was to ask Zhu Luqi to return to the WCI subterranean and inform his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible to find a safe place to seek refuge. In the future, he would bring them out after he had dealt with all the threats. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also asked Guo Xiong for help to secretly send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation without Lian noticing anything. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Although Guo Xiong was slightly surprised by this, he was not too surprised. After all, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had obtained the technique to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior from the lower province, since the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon would usually only exist in the lower province. As for why Duan Lingtian asked him to send someone to the inter-province transportation formation, he could roughly guess the reason. You're worried that Lian and Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to deal with your family and friends?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian trusted Guo Xiong. At the very least, he did not have any conflict with Guo Xiong. Moreover, Guo Xiong usually stood against Lian, so it was impossible for him to betray him. Please help me, Elder Guo Xiong. If this matter is successful, I'll owe you a huge favor. Elder Guo Xiong, I'll owe you a huge favor. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Guo Xiong. He especially emphasized the words big favor. Even Guo Xiong did not know why, but when he heard the words huge favor from Duan Lingtian, he felt a little emotional. Perhaps it was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had a bright future, and the huge favor he promised Duan Lingtian would be more important in the future. To me, this matter is as easy as lifting a finger. I'll send him off right now. After Guo Xiong took the voice transmission jade token from Duan Lingtian, he left the four-symbol sanctum's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian watched as Guo Xiong left. He only sighed in relief when Guo Xiong's silhouette disappeared from his sight. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, I'm sure father knows what to do. It's a good thing that Elder Guoxiong reminded me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that I've inadvertently caused such a disaster. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If something went wrong, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. Actually, Duan Ling Tian wanted to return to the lower province personally. However, when he recalled that he was currently serving in the four-symbol sanctum's first mine and could not leave, he dismissed this thought. Moreover, even if he managed to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in a few more days, he would definitely be targeted when he entered the Saint Land. It was impossible for him to leave the Zoroastrianism and head to the lower province without alerting Lien. I'll continue to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. I'll definitely be able to comprehend it in 5 to 6 days at most. At that time, I'll be able to leave the four-symbol sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he returned to the Primus House in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 to 6 days he mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. 5 to 6 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 to 60 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in 2 months. Chapter 1982. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Ling Tian appeared out of thin air in the only Primus room in the four-symbol sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. After putting away the 7 Treasures Jewel Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian pushed open the door and came to the front yard of the huge mansion. He raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally succeeded in comprehending it. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Boundless Sun Saint power immediately swept out of his body through the 99 saint veins in his body. When it spread out, it formed a huge shadow around his body. It was the silhouette of a black tortoise. At the same time, the light of the Sun Saint force was faintly discernible on the black tortoise's shadow. The gigantic shadow of the black tortoise protected Duan Ling Tian within, leaving no gaps. Clearly, this was the most powerful divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier, that Duan Ling Tian had successfully comprehended and mastered. It was also the number 1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. Now, all the high-grade divine abilities I've mastered, offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, movement divine abilities, and support divine abilities, are all gathered. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he withdrew the black tortoise silhouette. Since I've successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier, there's no need for me to mine saint stones today. I can leave now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and flew away from the residence of the four-symbol sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. In the past few days, although Duan Ling Tian had been comprehending the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, he still took some time out to mine saint stones to complete the missions given to the four-symbol sanctum's disciples serving in the first mine. Of course, while completing the mission, he also threw a lot of first-grade saint stones into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He found another quasi-celestial grade saint stone mine, but it was not as big as the one he found before. He casually threw it into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Where should we go now? After leaving the residence of the four-symbol sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone, Duan Ling Tian did not know where he could go to display his divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in order to be pardoned. Finally, he went to the registration area of the new disciples in the punishment zone of the four-symbol sanctum's first mine. What a coincidence. The one on duty today was the same elder from the punishment district whom he had met the other day. The eyes of the punishment district's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian, you? What's the matter? He had heard that Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, and that his strength was almost on par with the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Therefore, when facing the Duan Ling Tian now, he was even more polite than before. Elder, I would like to ask, if I want to be pardoned by the four-symbol sanctum's first mind, who should I look for? Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Pardoned? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I know you're very strong. However, if you want to be pardoned, you'll have to pass the Saint Lan's assessment and become a Saint Lan disciple first. When you participate in the Saint Lan's assessment, you can apply to leave the punishment zone of the four-symbol sanctum's first mind temporarily. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder explained patiently, Elder, as far as I know, if one manages to comprehend the divine ability from one of the sanctum's most treasured sanctums, one can be pardoned directly, right? I remember Senior Brother Sunda did the same. Duan Lingtian said again. Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder narrowed his eyes immediately. At the same time, he gasped in shock. YUVE successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Yes. As Duan Lingtian nodded, the Sun Saint energy on his body surged out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle. It's really the Black Turtle's Barrier. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder could not help but gasp when he saw the Black Turtle silhouette. In less than a month, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Did they not say that the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability was the most difficult to comprehend? Was this a joke? Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the rest was easy. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder at the registration office contacted another punishment zone's elder and asked him to bring Duan Lingtian to the Saint Lan's silver flame elder who was in charge of pardoning. As long as Duan Lingtian cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of the silver flame elder, he would be pardoned and be able to leave the four-symbol sanctum's first mind to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Lan disciple. Whoosh! Under the silver flame elder's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, again. A gigantic black turtle silhouette appeared and protected him. Upon seeing this, even the Saint Lan's silver flame elder could not help but gasp. Duan Lingtian, you really live up to your reputation. I heard that you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Now that you've mastered a high-grade defensive divine ability, you've mastered 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. An envious expression could be seen on the silver flame elder's face as he spoke. Even he had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. However, the person in front of him had mastered a total of 4 high-grade abilities, and they were all different types of high-grade abilities. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, assist-type divine ability. He was envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian for having all 4 of them. This is the pardon document. From now on, you no longer have to serve in the four-symbol sanctum's first mind. The silver flame elder raised his hand and handed the pardon document to Duan Lingtian. With this pardon document, Duan Lingtian would no longer be obstructed when he left the four-symbol sanctum's first mind. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the patrolling elders of the four-symbol sanctum's first mind before he could leave. Duan Lingtian, you've already successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, so you can head to the Saint Land directly. As long as you cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of the patrolling elders of the Saint Land, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. Before that, if you have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's best for you to return first. After all, once you become a Saint Land disciple, it'll be difficult for you to return to the four-symbol sanctums. The Silver Flame Elder reminded Duan Lingtian before he left. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any trivial matters to attend to in the Black Turtle Sanctum. For this reason, after he left the four-symbol sanctum's first mind, he directly made his way to the Saint Land. Soon after, he was stopped by the patrolling elders of the Saint Land. After Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the patrolling elders brought him into the Saint Land. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He looked around curiously. The Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was a barren desert. There were mountains and rivers, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flames. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flames that humans relied on to survive. Especially in this desert, the flames were like a veil of mystery and supremacy. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers, and a scorching aura swept out. It turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flames that rose from the braziers. Upon closer inspection, one could see their eyes were filled with reverence when they looked at the flames. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flames, and the flames were their religion. This was indeed the case. These people were natives of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were ordinary people who were self-sufficient and lived in seclusion. They believed in the flames, and they were the most devout believers of the flames. In their eyes, the flames were everything. Only with the flames could there be a world. Is this how the Christian name of Zoroastrianism came about? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who were devoutly worshipping the flames. Duan Lingtian continued to follow the Saint Land's patrolling elder. Behind the barren land, a group of active volcanoes appeared. The peaks of the volcanoes continued to spit out scorching flames. Every time it spat out flames, it would fill the sky with a red glow, causing the surrounding environment to become extremely bright. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, due to the existence of these volcanoes, there's never night. Perhaps, night will only truly descend when these active volcanoes no longer spit out flames. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic volcano. This volcano was surrounded by active volcanoes that continued to spit out flames. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like an emperor. However, since it did not spit out flames, it formed a strong contrast with the active volcanoes around it. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spitting flames is not high. It only spits out flames once a month. As though he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. Chapter 1983. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to look up. In the sky above the gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparse clusters of buildings. The floating islands surrounded a huge floating island in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. This enormous floating island was the main island. That huge floating island is the main island of the fire worship sect Saint Land. It's where you'll be staying. You'll be staying there as well, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained to Duan Lingtian. As for the islands around the main island, they're the residences of the bronze flame elders and true disciples of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Every bronze flame elder and true disciple has their own independent island. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued to explain. True disciple? Duan Lingtian knew about the bronze flame elders. However, this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He could not help but look at the Saint Land's patrolling elder in confusion. Elder, what's the deal with true disciples? In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Saint Land's patrolling elder replied in a timely manner. True disciples are the most outstanding disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They're also the future pillars of Zoroastrianism. There are two ways to become a true disciple. The first way is to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or above and have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above. The second way is to have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage, a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root or above. Have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage? Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. He finally understood the significance of being a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. A true disciple was equivalent to the future of Zoroastrianism. As such, it was understandable that each of them had an independent island around the main island as a place of cultivation. Elder. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked again, "Don't tell me the Silver Flame Elders, Golden Flame Elders, Guardians, Vice-Sect Leaders, and Sect Leader of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism are all staying on the main island?" As he spoke, Duan Lingtian looked at the gigantic floating island in front of him. Of course not. The Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head and said, "In our fire worship sect, those who are Silver Flame Elders and above usually stay on the otherworldly island." Otherworldly island? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "Come with me." The Saint Land's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian before he soared up into the sky. Duan. After a short while, Duan Lingtian discovered the Saint Land's patrolling elder had brought him up to the sky. They continued to fly even after they had surpassed the height of the main island. At the same time, the main island's full view appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In terms of size, the main island was not as big as the Black Turtle Sanctum that Duan Lingtian was in previously. There were mountains and rivers on the main island. Apart from that, one could also see many green plants. Apart from that, there were also various buildings. The buildings were scattered everywhere in an orderly manner. When one looked at it from afar, it gave off a comfortable feeling. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder when he saw the Saint Land's patrolling elder flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude. When he saw the scenery behind the Saint Land's patrolling elder, he realized he had guessed correctly. These are the otherworldly islands? After flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the floating islands in the distance. These floating islands were located above the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were located at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. Below that, there were a total of 5 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 10 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 50 floating islands. That's right. These are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded. Look at the otherworldly island at the highest point. That's where Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism cultivates. Lord Sect Leader is currently in closed-door cultivation there. The Saint Land's patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he mentioned the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism. Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Currently, it was precisely because the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism had not come out of closed-door cultivation that his wife and daughter were only imprisoned in the Saint Land's law enforcement hall. They were not executed. However, once the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter would face execution. The outcome of the execution would definitely be death. If possible, he really hoped that the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism would never come out of closed-door cultivation. However, he also knew that it was destined to be a delusion. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 2 deputy sect leaders and 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism before. As for the 3 guardians, they were even more well-known. It was said that the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were the senior powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. Their positions in Zoroastrianism were as high as the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiezong. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, He could not help but recall the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder Xiezong who had snatched his devil seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. As far as he knew, Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Xiezong as his mortal enemy. However, since Xiezong was too strong, he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart for now. However, when he was strong enough, he would definitely look for Xiezong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and take back the Devil Seal tablet. Xiezong, just you wait. It won't be long before I come looking for you. At that time, I'll let you know that even an ant in your eyes can take your life. Duan Lingtian swore as his eyes gleamed coldly. At the same time, the Saint Land's patrolling elder's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. The 10 islands below are the cultivation grounds of the 10 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. However, most of the time, these 10 islands are empty since the 10 golden flame elders are either in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums or in the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums. Since you're from the 4 symbol sanctums, I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums are to Zoroastrianism. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued to speak. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew about this. In Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums was not only a place that provided the Saint Land with new blood, but it was also the gateway to Zoroastrianism. If someone attacked the Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was reassuring to have the 4 golden flame elders in charge of such an important place. As for the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums, they were the second gateway to Zoroastrianism. Once the 4 symbol sanctums fell, they would have to fend off the next wave of attacks. Moreover, there were first-grade Saint Stones reserves in each of the mines. For this reason, the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums were guarded by the remaining 6 golden flame elders of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was rare to see golden flame elders in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Usually, the 10 golden flame elders would stay in the 4 symbol sanctums in the mines of the 4 symbol sanctums. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the people in charge were mostly silver flame elders and bronze flame elders. The group of silver flame elders and bronze flame elders in the Saint Land was directly led by the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, after the sect leader and guardians, the 2 vice sect leaders were the most powerful. They were even stronger than the 10 golden flame elders. For this reason, having them guard the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would form the third line of defense for Zoroastrianism. If a strong enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be able to hold on until the 3 most powerful guardians and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism personally made a move. Zoroastrianism is indeed one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Tao martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. As for the remaining 50 islands, I'm sure you can guess that those are the residences of the Silver Flame Elders. The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had guessed it. It's all right to look at these islands from afar. However, if we get any closer, let alone you, even I will be severely punished if I'm caught. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder reached this point, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. The Saint Land's patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He was not qualified to cultivate on the islands. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. The registration office for our Zoroastrianism's Saint Land is on the main island. The Saint Land's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian again. The moment his words left his mouth, he took the lead to descend from the sky and flew toward the main island in the distance. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, naturally, followed suit. When they arrived near the main island, Duan Lingtian saw many figures passing by in a hurry. These people were wearing the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was obvious they were Saint Land disciples. A fiery red flame was embroidered on the chest of the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was a seal. This was something that the 4 symbol sanctums did not have. The Saint Land's silver flame elder in the punishment zone of the 4 symbol sanctums first mine and this Saint Land's patrolling elder also have this seal on their uniforms. It seems like this is the symbol of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Chapter 1984. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already changed back to the uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples when he appeared together with a Saint Land bronze flame elder. A black turtle sanctum's disciple? Some of the Saint Land disciples' eyes landed on Duan Lingtian's exclusive uniform. They could see through his background. A few days ago, a black turtle sanctum's disciple entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple because he comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. It has only been 2 weeks. Why is there another black turtle sanctum's disciple here? A Saint Land disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Lingtian still heard his words. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the Saint Land disciple was talking about Sunda, who was also a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, in the black turtle sanctum. Not only was he pardoned in the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine, but he was even allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. In fact, Sunda was the reason Duan Lingtian was able to appear here today. After all, if Sunda had not cast the black turtle's barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Don't tell me this black turtle sanctum's disciple has also comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier? After all, the Saint Land assessment won't begin for a while. The 4-symbol sanctum's disciples who are allowed to enter the Saint Land must have comprehended one of the treasured divine abilities in the 4-symbol sanctums or be recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, many Saint Land disciples scoffed at this Saint Land disciple's words. He has also comprehended the black turtle's barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The black turtle's barrier is not as simple as the treasured divine ability in the black turtle sanctum. It's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Among the high-grade divine abilities in the fire worship sect, the difficulty of comprehending it is definitely in the top tier. It's not easy to comprehend the black turtle's barrier. In my opinion, this black turtle sanctum's disciple must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum because of his high innate talent. I think so too. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they seem to have confirmed that Duan Lingtian was recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. In the face of such a misunderstanding, Duan Lingtian only smiled calmly, not minding it at all. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land beside him shook his head inwardly when he heard the discussions of the Holy Land disciples. Because he knew very well in his heart, the black turtle sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. Instead, it was because this disciple had displayed the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, that the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum had personally brought this disciple to the main island of the Saint Land for registration. This was also one of his duties as the patrolling elder of the Holy Land. So many people. When Duan Lingtian and the patrolling elder of the Holy Land passed by the square in the middle of the Saint Island, they noticed many people had gathered there. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people might not be a big deal in any of the 4-symbol sanctums. However, what was this place? This was the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who could enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would be recommended by the sanctum leaders of the 4-symbol sanctums to become a disciple of the Saint Land, unless they possessed monstrous innate talent as soon as they entered the Zoroastrianism. It was either that or they possessed monstrous innate talent and managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability of one of the 4-symbol sanctums before their cultivation base was at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, they would need to have a cultivation base at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a disciple of the Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was surprised to see 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square. The 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square were definitely not all the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. Based on this, There must be at least a few thousand Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. What did it mean to have a few thousand people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above? This is the central square of the main island of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. It's usually the busiest place here. Apart from the various palaces, it's also the place where the Saint Land's disciples discuss their martial arts. Many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather here to join in the fun. Who knows, they might be enlightened and find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. At the same time, the Saint Land's patrolling elder's voice resonated in the air, allowing Duan Lingtian to know where he was. The central square of the Saint Island. Elder, how many Saint Land's disciples are there in the Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 1,000 people in the central square again. What's wrong? Are you shocked to see that there are more than 1,000 people in the central square? The Saint Land's patrolling elder asked with a smile.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian did not deny it. If there are more than 1,000 Saint Land's disciples in the central square, there must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land, right? Duan Lingtian speculated as he waited for the Saint Land's patrolling elder's reply. It's not as exaggerated as 3,000 to 5,000. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head. I've already told you that many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather in the central square. Their purpose is simple. They want to interact with the other Saint Land's disciples and be enlightened by the other Saint Land's disciples' words. From there, they'll find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. The improvement mentioned here does not only refer to cultivation, but also martial arts techniques and even divine abilities. I'm sure you know that 99% of the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above. Some of them are at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, but most of them are at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. Most of the Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage have been stuck at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage for hundreds or even thousands of years. If they haven't broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, they won't be able to become a true disciple or a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, not all Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage could break through to the Saint Celestial stage. One had to rely on innate talent and fortuitous encounters to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Innate talent accounted for more than 90% of the time. Generally speaking, those with green innate spiritual roots or lower would not be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage unless they had fortuitous encounters. Even for those with green innate spiritual roots, it was not easy for them to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. Only those with blue innate spiritual roots or higher would be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage without facing any major bottlenecks. Naturally, this meant there were no major bottlenecks. Due to various reasons, one would more or less encounter a minor bottleneck. Take Duan Lingtian, for example. Although he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. However, due to the fact that his cultivation speed was too fast, it would be difficult for him to break through to the Exemplary Saint stage in a short period of time before his cultivation base at the peak of the Divine Saint stage stabilized. This was the small bottleneck. Actually, the thousands of Saint Land's disciples gathered in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Land's disciples. There are over 2,000 Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism still shocked him. This meant there were about 2,000 people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above in the Zoroastrianism. Most of them were at the peak of the Quintessential Saint stage. As expected of one of the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, with such a foundation and strength, it's not something a first-rate force can compare to, let alone those forces that are weaker than a first-rate force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Put everything else aside for now. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, The Hong clan's Hong clan was in the Hong Kong clan. The Hong clan behind Hong Su, whom Lian had threatened to kill him, was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland. However, such a force was annihilated by a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism alone. Although the Silver Flame Elder who attacked was powerful and could be considered as one of the best among the Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism, this was enough to show the difference between a third-rate force and a Zoroastrianism. A slightly stronger Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism is able to annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province on his own. Doesn't this mean a slightly stronger Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism would also be able to annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province on his own? If they send out the Vice Sect Leader or the three Great Guardians, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate a first-rate force? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. At the same time, he was deeply aware of how terrifying Zoroastrianism was. Put aside the Saint Land disciples from the Zoroastrianism, just the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism were all-powerful people who could do whatever they wanted in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the palaces around the central square, you can come and learn about them yourself after you've registered as a Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said to Duan Lingtian before he brought Duan Lingtian to the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. They did not stop along the way. What's your name? When they were about to arrive at the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without any warning. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Saint Land and cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in front of him, the Saint Land's elder was stunned. It was only now that he realized. Chapter 1985. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to the Saint Land's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder who had patiently introduced him to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian? However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're Duan Lingtian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, who can transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, went against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder and offended the Northern Plethora Sect's fifth Elder as soon as he entered the Fire Worship Sect? Elder, you've heard of me? Duan Lingtian was equally shocked when he saw how shocked the Saint Land's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Of course, I've heard of you. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded before he said with a wry smile on his face, put aside the fact that everyone in the four symbol sanctums knows about you, Duan Lingtian, even in our Saint Land, apart from those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are oblivious to the outside world. I'm afraid there aren't many who haven't heard of you, Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, would be you, Duan Lingtian. As far as I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities before this. They're an offensive divine ability, a movement divine ability, and an assist-type divine ability. Now, you've even mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, as well as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. You've mastered all 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. Put everything else aside. In terms of divine ability comprehension, I'm afraid only Lord Sect Leader and the 3 Guardians in Zoroastrianism can compare to you. Even the 2 Vice Leaders of our Zoroastrianism are not as good as you in this regard. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he felt that he had wasted all these years of his life. As a Bronze Flame Elder of the Saint Land, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I wonder if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, The patrolling elders secretly rejoiced. When he thought about how Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he felt much better. Although he was a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was much stronger than Duan Lingtian in this regard. However, the patrolling elders of the Saint Land did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was no longer a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was currently a blue innate spiritual root. It was a grade higher than the green innate spiritual root. In the entire Zoroastrianism, there were only a few dozen people who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, as long as a person with a blue innate spiritual root did not die prematurely, he would be able to become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism in the future. Elder, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently when he sensed the envious and jealous gazes from the Saint Land Enforcement Elder. He appeared very calm. The Saint Land's patrolling elders had a better impression of Duan Ling Tian when they saw how calm he was. At the same time, they could not help but sigh inwardly. Duan Ling Tian has a monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, and he's a good person as well. Unfortunately, God didn't bestow him with monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, but not for martial Tao. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a prodigy of Zoroastrianism in the future. A prodigy was also known as a prodigy. In Zoroastrianism, only young prodigies with indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called a prodigy. Naturally, being a prodigy was only a title. It could be used anywhere. However, those who were given the title of prodigy were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were either extremely talented or powerful. Previously, before the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and the Lower Province, there was only one prodigy in the world. During that time, there was only one person in the Tao Martial Saint Land who was qualified to be called a prodigy. He was none other than the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was also during that era that he was a legendary figure who stunned the entire era. Let's go. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area is just ahead. After the Saint Land's patrolling elders called out to Duan Lingtian, they took the lead and descended. Naturally, Duan Lingtian followed suit. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area was located in a side hall. It was very inconspicuous. If Duan Lingtian were to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it. Elder Xiaozhan, aren't you supposed to be patrolling today? Why are you here? When Duan Lingtian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elders into the side hall, he heard a loud voice coming from inside. It was a middle-aged man behind the counter in the side hall who was greeting the Saint Land's patrolling elders. This middle-aged man was dressed exactly like the Saint Land's patrolling elders. He was also a Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder. Elder Xiaozhan? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally found out the name of the Saint Land's patrolling elders who had brought him here. Elder Ding Zhong, as the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. I'm here to send him here. Now that he's here, it's time for me to return to my patrolling duties, Elder Xiaozhan said. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land, Xiaozhan, said. After he finished speaking, he first greeted the middle-aged man before looking at Duan Lingtian and saying with a smile, I'll be leaving first. Elder Dingzhong will make the arrangements for you. Thank you, Elder Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan left swiftly amidst Duan Lingtian's thanks. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the Saint Land's Bronze Flame Elder Dingzhong, who was in charge of the new disciple registration, began to size up Duan Lingtian. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? When Ding Zhong saw the uniform Duan Lingtian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before a smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was sent here by the Saint Land's patrolling elders before the Saint Land's assessment, he must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and possessed the recommendation document from the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Such existences were generally extremely monstrous existences. They must have at least a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root or higher. Even if such a person had not matured yet, he was already worthy of Ding Zhong's respect and flattery. In fact, as long as such a person did not die prematurely, he would at least become a silver flame elder, or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. There was a saying that went, well, you may ignore me today, but you won't be able to reach me tomorrow. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong wanted to build a good relationship with this genius disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he matured. Ding Zhong immediately said to Duan Lingtian warmly and politely, "Little brother, take out the recommendation document that Sanctum Leader Wu gave you. I'll register it for you now." The Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had the surname Wu. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Ding Zhong's enthusiasm. However, when he heard Ding Zhong's words, he realized Ding Zhong had misunderstood. Ding Zhong must have misunderstood him as a genius disciple recommended by the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Ding Zhong was so friendly to him. "Elder Ding Zhong, I think you've misunderstood. I don't have the recommendation document," Duan Lingtian said. "You don't have the recommendation document?" Duan Lingtian's words not only stunned Ding Zhong, but even the two young men standing near Ding Zhong were stunned as well. After a while, Ding Zhong regained his senses and continued to say, "Little brother, stop joking. The fact that you're here before the Saint Land's assessment shows that you're qualified to enter the Saint Land in advance and become a Saint Land disciple. If you're not recommended by Sanctum Leader Wu, don't tell me you've also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier?" When Ding Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he began to laugh. Even he felt it was unrealistic. The other two young men nodded as well. They also felt it was unrealistic. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he directly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, as a response to Ding Zhong. Whoosh! At this moment, the Sun Saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rose before it spread out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shielded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, they felt as though thousands of horses were galloping wildly in their hearts. How was this possible? In less than half a month before the Saint Land's assessment began, two Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had arrived. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since when was it so easy to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? Was it still the number one defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism? Ding Zhong was stunned. The two young men were stunned as well. "Elder Ding Zhong, can you register me now?" It was only when Duan Lingtian spoke that Ding Zhong snapped out of his daze. "Yes, of course." At this moment, a smile appeared on Ding Zhong's face again. Someone who could successfully comprehend the number one defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from Zoroastrianism was also worthy of his respect. As long as such a person's martial Dao innate talent was not too bad, his future achievements would not be inferior to his. "Little brother, what's your name?" Before registering Duan Lingtian, Ding Zhong asked as a routine. Although it was just a routine, there was a warm smile on his face from the beginning to the end. It gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being at home. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1986. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to Ding Zhong. Although this name had become famous in the fire worship sect recently, it did not mean that it would be impossible for the fire worship sect to become famous. However, since the owner of this name only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not take this person seriously. He had even told more than one person Duan Lingtian was just a mediocre person who got lucky. A mediocre person would always be a mediocre person. Even if he was lucky for a moment, he would still be a pile of mud that couldn't be supported. So what if he was talented in divine ability? Without the support of martial arts talent, it would be difficult for one to achieve great things. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? A mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root would not be treated as an 8-clawed divine dragon even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The 8-clawed divine dragon was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. In fact, the reason why the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty status among dragons was because of their martial talent and strength. In Ding Zhong's opinion, these were also things that the Duan Lingtian did not have. Among the dragons, only the strong were respected. The weak would never be recognized by the dragons. So you're Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Ding Zhong's expression changed. The smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by indifference. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. In his opinion, that was the limit of the Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would still be difficult for him. At the end of their lives, their strength would at most be comparable to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such an existence was simply not worthy of Ding Zhong taking the initiative to curry favor with. Seeing the sudden change in Ding Zhong's expression, Duan Lingtian was at a loss. A moment later, as if realizing something, Duan Lingtian shrugged. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, helpless smile, but in the end, he did not say anything. Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhong had tried to curry favor with him. Ding Zhong must have felt that his future was limitless and wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him in advance so that there wouldn't be any opportunities in the future. And now, Ding Zhong's change in expression came from him saying his name. Suddenly, he realized something. At this moment, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he was no longer worth fawning over. As for the reason, there were only two reasons. First, Ding Zhong, like most people in Zoroastrianism, thought he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ding Zhong did not think that he could defeat Lian. He felt that he would die in the middle of the battle. No matter what the reason was, there was a common fact. Currently, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he had lost the value of fawning over him. It was precisely because of this that Ding Zhong's attitude towards him had undergone such a drastic change. How realistic. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar situations along the way, he could not help but shake his head and sigh when he saw this. Naturally, he did not care. It did not matter if Ding Zhong's attitude toward him was friendly or not. It was fine as long as Ding Zhong obediently completed the registration process for him and did not cause any trouble for him. Fortunately, although Ding Zhong was snobbish, he did not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian during the registration process. After Ding Zhong finished registering Duan Lingtian, he looked at the young man on his left and said, "Bring him a few Saint Lan disciples' uniforms." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the other young man and said, "Prepare a Saint Lan disciple's identity token and a crystal card to store contribution points for him." Yes. The two young men were Ding Zhong's assistants at the Saint Lan disciple registration office. Naturally, they would carry out Ding Zhong's orders unconditionally. Perhaps it was due to Ding Zhong's influence. When they looked at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't see this. Everyone had their own way of living. Since they were snobbish, he would let them be as long as they did not cause him any harm. A Saint Lan disciple has an identity token? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he only had the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform and did not have an identity token. It seemed like the treatment of a Saint Lan disciple was indeed extraordinary. Also, the crystal card to store contribution points must be the same as the crystal card used to store merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. The contribution points inside must be used to exchange for some precious items in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Soon after, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Lan disciples' uniform, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for the trouble." Faced with Ding Zhong and the other two's cold gazes, Duan Lingtian politely nodded at them before he turned around and left. After he left, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He did not know where the Saint Lan disciples lived. Duan Lingtian instantly wanted to return. However, when he recalled how the three of them looked at him coldly before he left, he dismissed the idea of going back. "Forget it. I won't look for them. I'll just ask any disciple from the Saint Land outside." The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left. Elder Dingzhong, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to not send him to the Saint Land disciples' residence? After all, it's his first time in the Saint Land. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, one of the young men looked at Ding Zhong and asked, "What? Don't tell me you want to curry favor with him?" Ding Zhong smiled disdainfully as he said disdainfully, "No matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent is in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future. After all, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root." Put aside Ding Zhong's disdain, Duan Lingtian had also successfully stopped a Saint Land disciple and asked for the location of the Saint Land disciple's residence. "Thank you, senior brother." After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed. He quickly thanked the Saint Land disciple whom he stopped. The Saint Land disciple standing before Duan Lingtian was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. He had a simple and honest appearance. He quickly waved his hand in the face of Duan Lingtian's gratitude. "We're all brothers from the same sect. You're welcome." Based on his words and actions, the middle-aged man had the bearing of an honest person. "Junior brother." When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he called out to him, "Huh." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression on his face. "Why don't I send you there?" the middle-aged man asked. "No need." Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was not going in the same direction. He could tell from the direction the middle-aged man was heading. For this reason, he immediately rejected the middle-aged man's good intentions. "You really don't need it?" The middle-aged man was still hesitant. "I really don't need it." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he no longer bothered with the middle-aged man and continued to walk in the direction the middle-aged man had pointed out. "Guanxiu, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple?" At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously. Based on the young man's attire, it was obvious he was also a Saint Land disciple. "No, I don't." The middle-aged man, Guanxiu, shook his head and smiled innocently. "He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He doesn't know the way to our Saint Land's disciples' residence, so he came to ask me." "Should be? He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land," the young man said confidently. "Moreover, he must have been personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land assessment for the 4-symbol sanctum's disciples will only begin after some time. Since he's here now, he must have extraordinary innate talent. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum." Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? So amazing? Guanxiu was a little slow. Although he noticed Duan Lingtian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's attire, he did not think too much about it. "I really have to hand it to you. How can you miss such a good opportunity? If it were me, I'd want to get to know such a genius as well. You, on the other hand, didn't even show him the way when he asked for directions. Otherwise, you'll definitely benefit greatly if you get to know him." The young man looked at Guanxiu and said in disappointment, "Are you still my friend when you're so calculative?" However, Guanxiu was non-committal when he heard the young man's words. "Guanxiu, hurry up and chase after him. There's still a chance." The young man glanced at the figure that was about to disappear from his sight before looking at Guanxiu and reminding him, "I'm not going." Guanxiu was very stubborn. "I won't make friends with calculative thoughts. A friend who makes friends with such a method isn't a friend at all." After Guanxiu finished speaking, he left. "You're really a piece of wood. You can't carve rotten wood." The young man could not help but curse when he saw Guanxiu did not appreciate his kindness. He had a look of disappointment on his face. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Saint Land's disciple. The residence of the Saint Land's disciple was not divided into levels. Due to this reason, there was no competition. The residence of the Saint Land's disciple was located in a vast valley. The residence of the Saint Land's disciple was a small courtyard built around the valley. There were flowers, grass, a stone table, and a few stone stools in the small courtyard. Behind the small courtyard was an independent stone house. Chapter 1987. Not only were there no levels in the residence of the Saint Lan's disciples, but there were also 3,000 courtyards for the Saint Lan's disciples to stay in. The 3,000 courtyards were located in the vast valley. They were like terraced fields. However, due to the vastness of the valley, it did not feel crowded even though there were 3,000 courtyards. Currently, there were only 2,000 Saint Lan disciples in the Zoroastrianism. Even if all the Saint Lan disciples were to stay here, there would still be plenty of empty rooms. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's Punishment Zone. No. Although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations set up here, the amount of heaven and earth spirit energy here is even more abundant than the Primus houses. After finding an empty courtyard and entering the room, Duan Lingtian discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here was much more abundant than the Primus house. The density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the room was even higher than that of the primeval house he used to live in. It must be because this place is close to the quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I hope I can comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go this time. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He immersed himself in comprehending the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Moreover, he had already mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. He was only lacking in mastering the divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he was only one step away from entering the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That person earlier seemed to be wearing the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian was unaware that some of the Saint Lan disciples had noticed him when he arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan disciples and found a courtyard to stay in. Naturally, these Saint Lan disciples did not know his identity. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He was pardoned by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's Punishment Zone and came to the Saint Lan to officially become a Saint Lan disciple. This news immediately caused quite a stir in the Holy Land. Duan Lingtian? That 9-clawed dragon warrior? That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian and the Northern Plethora sect's fifth Elder Yang Chong as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect? That troublemaker? It's said that although his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, since he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior and has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities, his battle strength is comparable to a Saint Celestial. Now that he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of the Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier, does this mean his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible. The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability. It only grants him defensive strength. It doesn't increase his offensive strength at all. For this reason, his defensive strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for offensive strength, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard his cultivation base is already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Unfortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Even if he breaks through, it'll be difficult for him to achieve anything with his innate talent. The Saint Lan's central square and the residences of the Saint Lan's disciples were filled with similar discussions. It seems like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who stayed in the courtyard yesterday is Duan Lingtian. Many of the Saint Lan's disciples were looking at the courtyard where Duan Lingtian stayed. These Saint Lan's disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian's arrival and stay in the Saint Lan's disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100 soon after. Most of the Saint Lan's disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Ling Tian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Today, Sunda had just come out of his room and was about to go to the reward palace in the central square to see if there were any missions that he could complete to earn contribution points. However, he heard many people whispering in the Saint Lan's disciples' residence. He instantly learned that Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land and had become a Saint Lan's disciple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's situation was similar to his. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. I can't believe junior brother Ling Tian and I have both entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple in less than half a month. Moreover, it's because both of us have successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. I'm afraid everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has gone crazy because of this news, right? Sunda muttered to himself with an expression of shock on his face. This Sunda was none other than Sunda, whose Primus house was snatched away by Duan Lingtian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. Due to Duan Lingtian's challenge, he was pressured into comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Moreover, he was granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind. After leaving the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind, he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land's disciple. It was just as Sunda had expected. Currently, the Black Turtle Sanctum was not calm. Perhaps, the words "not calm" were not enough to describe the current Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar because of the news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and has been granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple? Heavens! Was this real or fake? In less than half a month, 2 disciples from our Black Turtle Sanctum have successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Not only is the Black Turtle's barrier our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but it's also the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. The difficulty of successfully comprehending this divine ability is publicly acknowledged to be much higher than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the White Tiger Sanctum. However, this divine ability that is so difficult to successfully comprehend has been successfully comprehended by 2 people in just half a month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Indeed. Naturally, if he doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, even if he only has a green innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve his strength now. That's right. His innate spiritual root is too much of a hindrance to him. Initially, I was wondering why a 9-clawed dragon warrior like him would be comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he joined the dragons. Why would he come to Zoroastrianism? Now that I think about it, it must be because he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent, why would those arrogant dragons treat him with respect like an 8-clawed divine dragon? I think so too. I think he must have been ostracized by the members of the dragons and can't stay in the dragons anymore. That's why he came to Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. For a time, the news of Duan Lingtian comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, and entering the Saint Land had spread throughout the Four Symbols Sanctums. It caused quite a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Bang! In a spacious mansion on the east side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, a loud noise suddenly sounded. An old man had raised his hand and smashed the stone table that had just been replaced into dust. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Leon. How's this possible? He actually comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier and left the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind to enter the Saint Land. While muttering to himself, Leon's expression turned extremely ugly. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this. Duan Lingtian, whom he wished he could kill, had also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a disciple of the Saint Land. It was also because of this news that Lian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his future achievements would still be limited. However, Lian knew something. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In order to verify this news, his eldest direct disciple, Wei He, had been executed by the Saint Land's enforcement hall. After a long while, Lian raised his head with a dark expression on his face. His eyes were cold as he looked in the direction of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He muttered to himself, "It's good that he's in the Saint Land. This way, Yangwan and my other 2 direct disciples can deal with him as well." Yangwan was the elder brother of Yangwu, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he had just arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. He was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yangwan had entered the Saint Land many years ago and became a disciple of the Saint Land. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Yangwan was furious when he found out his younger brother had been killed. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism and could not kill Duan Lingtian, he could not wait to beat Duan Lingtian up and make Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. However, Zoroastrianism had its own rules. Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the 4 symbol sanctums without the permission of a golden flame elder. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the sect's rules and would be severely punished. Yangwan must have received news that Duan Lingtian has arrived in the Saint Land, right? Chapter 1988. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were 2 types of Saint Land disciples. The first type was the elite disciples. All the fire worship sect's disciples who could enter the Saint Land from the 4 symbol sanctums and become Saint Land disciples were all elite disciples. For this reason, all the Saint Land disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land were elite disciples of Zoroastrianism. The second type was the true disciples. Unlike the wide range of elite disciples, there were not many true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. There were only slightly over 170 true disciples. Most of these true disciples were powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage. The rest of them were monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Those with indigo innate spiritual roots would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, let alone those with indigo innate spiritual roots. There were only 10 people with indigo innate spiritual roots in the Zoroastrianism. Some of them were older powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. For example, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. 2 of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism and one of the vice sect leaders also possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Although the other guardian and vice sect leader only possessed indigo innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was almost as good as an indigo innate spiritual root. It was due to these monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots that they had the privilege of becoming true disciples in the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Although their cultivation base had to be at the Divine Saint stage or above, for monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, breaking through to the Divine Saint stage was as easy as eating and sleeping. It was not difficult at all. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the elite disciples lived in a vast valley that the Saint Land had built for them on the Saint Island. There were 3,000 small courtyards there for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was much better than the Primus rooms in the 4 symbol sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not live on the Saint Island. They lived on the independent floating islands around the Saint Island. Each of them occupied an island, and each had an independent and spacious mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion where they could practice their martial arts and divine abilities. Creak. A soft sound came from one of the independent floating islands. In the spacious mansion above, a young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms and walked out. This young man was tall and had a taut face. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this young man, he would definitely notice that this young man was 50 to 60% similar to Yang Wu, whom he had killed in the past. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's older brother, Yang Wan. I'm still lacking a little. I should be able to successfully comprehend it the next time I enter seclusion. Yang Wan muttered to himself after he walked out of the room. As a true disciple of the saint land of Zoroastrianism, not only had his cultivation base broken through to the first form of the saint celestial stage, but he had also mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. In the past few years, apart from cultivating, he had also been focusing on comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was only during this closed-door cultivation that he finally saw the light of success. Unfortunately, little Wu won't be able to see me master the second high-grade divine ability. Yang Wen's expression turned grave when he thought of his younger brother, Yang Wu, who regarded him as an idol. Although 90% of the people in the four symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism who knew the cause of Yang Wu's death felt that Yang Wu had brought it upon himself, he had brought it upon himself. However, as Yang Wu's elder brother, he did not think so. In his opinion, his younger brother was always right. Even if his younger brother had done something that angered the heavens, as his elder brother, he would still support him to the end regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Due to this reason, Yang Wen treated Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy when he learned about Yang Wu's death. He would not rest until he was dead. Duan Lingtian has come to the Saint Land? Yang Wen heard the conversation of a few Saint Land disciples when he was about to leave the independent floating island and enter the Saint Island and arrive at the central square. Based on the conversation, he learned that Yang Wu's younger brother, was Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he also learned that the person who killed his younger brother, Yang Wu, had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and had become a Saint Land disciple. He actually managed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A hint of jealousy flashed in Yang Wen's eyes when he learned the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple. Yang Wu was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums. He had tried to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. However, after so many years, he still did not manage to comprehend it. In the end, he could only choose to give up and began to comprehend another high-grade movement divine ability. It was the high-grade movement divine ability that he had already mastered. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I'll still let you taste a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square in a flash. He made his way to the Saint Land disciples' residence. As his figure moved, his aura was also very aggressive, giving people a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. He was not Lian. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, it was only natural that he would not attack a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torture him to the point where he would wish he was dead. This was because not only was he bullying the weak, but it would also have a huge impact. If news of this spread out, Zoroastrianism would definitely be humiliated. Moreover, many martial Tao geniuses who originally intended to join Zoroastrianism might choose to join the other two great sects instead. This would undoubtedly be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. For this reason, Lian was worried the high-ranking Zoroastrianism official would kick him out of Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. That said, while Lian was worried, Yang Wen was not. He was not a Zoroastrianism elder. He was only a Zoroastrianism disciple, just like Duan Lingtian. He had killed Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage to avenge his younger brother. Even if news of this spread out, it would not affect Zoroastrianism's reputation at all. Not only that, as long as he did not cripple or kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be considered a violation of Zoroastrianism's rules. In fact, this could be considered a loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules. However, this loophole had always been there. It was as though it was intentionally left behind. Due to this loophole, there would be people who would be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead every once in a while. These people who were tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead would work hard in the end. Some of them managed to avenge their younger brother in the end. Some of them did not manage to avenge their younger brother in the end. However, when they looked back, they realized they had improved a lot during this period of time. There were losses and gains, but the gains were greater than the losses. One could say that this loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules had motivated many Zoroastrianism disciples to a certain extent. Naturally, in Zoroastrianism, unless one really hated someone to death and was unwilling to sign a life and death pact with them, one would not torture another person to the point where they would wish they were dead. Its senior brother Yangwan. When Yangwan's figure appeared at the residence of the Saint Lan disciples in the vast valley, he immediately attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples. Yangwan was also a Saint Lan disciple who used to live here. However, due to the fact that his cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, and he had become a true disciple, he had left this place. However, there were still many Saint Lan disciples who remembered him. Moreover, they recognized him with just a glance. Whoosh! Yangwen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the side of the valley in just a few moments. There were 5 disciples of the Holy Lands gathered together. They were originally chatting, but their attention was drawn over by Yangwen's arrival. When they saw Yangwen standing next to them, they immediately felt a little awkward. Senior brother Yangwan. Senior brother Yangwan. The 5 Saint Lan disciples felt a little awkward and nervous when they faced a true disciple like Yangwan. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? Yangwan glanced at the 5 Saint Lan disciples with an arrogant expression on his face. He asked as he looked at the 5 of them like a superior looking at a subordinate. Upon hearing Yangwen's words, the 5 Saint Lan disciples realized Yangwan was not targeting them. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in one direction. Yangwan looked in the direction the 5 Saint Lan disciples were pointing at. His gaze quickly locked onto a small courtyard, and he immediately flew over. However, when he arrived outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. As he cultivated, he waited patiently. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he forced his way in, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Firstly, the stone houses behind the small courtyards of the Saint Lan disciples' residences were soundproof. Moreover, there was a formation set up to block the probing of divine consciousness. If one wanted to wake the person inside, apart from pushing open the door and entering, the only other way was to destroy the formation that blocked the divine consciousness or destroy the stone house. However, if one did that, there was a high possibility that the person inside would suffer from chi deviation. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who disturbed the cultivation of their fellow disciples and caused them to suffer from chi deviation would be sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, regardless of their innate talent or identity. Naturally, Yangwen wanted Duan Lingtian to suffer from chi deviation. However, he felt it was not worth it if he had to sacrifice his life for this. Otherwise, he would not have come here to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead instead of killing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1989. Naturally, even if Yangwen did not kill Duan Lingtian now, it did not mean he would not kill Duan Lingtian in the future. The reason he did not kill Duan Lingtian now was because he was afraid of Zoroastrianism. In the future, as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yangwen doing? It seems like he's waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. At the same time, Yangwen's actions had attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples. They knew Yangwen had come for the new disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, they could tell Yangwen was not here to have a heart-to-heart talk with Duan Lingtian. This could be seen from his aggressive manner. At this moment, the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were certain Yangwen did not come with good intentions. There's enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior brother Yangwen? I've never heard of it before. I've never heard of it before as well. Moreover, one of them was in the Saint Land while the other was in the Four Symbols Sanctums. They don't seem to have any interactions, right? What's going on? Many Saint Lan disciples were puzzled when they saw Yangwen had come with ill intentions. Confusion could be seen in their eyes. Really? All of you don't know there's enmity between senior brother Yangwen and Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a Saint Lan disciple asked in surprise. It was as though he had heard something shocking. What? You know about it? The group of Saint Lan disciples immediately shifted their attention to this Saint Lan disciple. Do all of you still remember how Duan Lingtian became enemies with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Leon, when he first arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism? The Saint Lan disciple kept them in suspense as he asked this question. Of course. As soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, another Saint Lan disciple nodded and said, "It's because Duan Lingtian killed the son of Elder Lian's best friend." The other Saint Lan disciples nodded as well. They had heard of this matter before. For this reason, they admired Duan Lingtian very much. After all, no one would dare to openly go against a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism when they had just joined Zoroastrianism. Since all of you know about this matter, then do all of you know who Elder Lian's best friend is? The first disciple asked again. Who? Don't keep me guessing. Tell me who it is. Exactly. Do you believe that we will beat you up if you continue to keep us in suspense? Many of the Holy Land's disciples were enraged when they saw the Holy Land's disciple trying to keep them in suspense again. All of them glared at him as though they would beat him up if he dared to keep them in suspense again. Although the other Holy Land's disciples didn't do the same, their gazes towards this Holy Land's disciple were filled with hostility. It's Yang Chong. At this moment, another Holy Land disciple muttered to himself for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. It was obvious that he had just remembered. Yang Chong? I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember now. The person Duan Lingtian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. When the first Holy Land's disciple spoke, another two Holy Land's disciples finally realized what was going on. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wan is related to Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At the same time, the Holy Land's disciples present on the scene began to speculate. At the same time, most of the Holy Land's disciples shifted their attention to the Holy Land's disciple who liked to keep them in suspense. All of them wanted to get an answer from him. Since this Holy Land's disciple had angered everyone earlier, he did not dare to go overboard this time. He said bluntly, Senior brother Yang Wan is the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. As for Yang Wu, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he's senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother. Whoosh! As soon as the Holy Land's disciple finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. However, a commotion broke out again in the next moment. Senior brother Yang Wan is the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Heavens! There's such a thing? I've never heard of it before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. After learning that the true disciple of their Zoroastrianism Holy Land, Yang Wan, was actually the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, the Saint Lan's disciples present on the scene were shocked. In fact, they had never heard of Yang Wan being the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, before this. Senior brother Yang Wan really hid his identity well. He's actually the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In the past, I've only heard that senior brother Yang Wan is very arrogant. However, I've finally seen it for myself now. To think that senior brother Yang Wan is so arrogant that he's unwilling to use his father's name to intimidate others. Many Holy Land's disciples were filled with emotions when they learned of Yang Wan's identity. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why senior brother Yang Wan targeted Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian killed his younger brother. It'd be strange if he's willing to let the matter rest. That's right. Perhaps senior brother Yang Wan doesn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him because of the sect's rules. However, he still dares to torture Duan Lingtian. After all, it's allowed by the sect's rules. Then, doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble? Of course. Although he's quite strong and has few opponents below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yang Wan, who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. There's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is no match for senior brother Yang Wan. It seems like even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he's going to lose a layer of skin. After learning about Yang Wen's identity, the group of Saint Lan disciples was no longer surprised by Yang Wen's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, it was still not close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, even if he was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, he was still not at the Saint Celestial stage. Due to this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wan. He was destined to be tortured by Yang Wan. Due to the good soundproofing of the stone house behind the Saint Lan disciples' residence, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, did not notice anything at all. He did not know there was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse waiting for him outside. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was as straight as a javelin. Duan Lingtian stood there motionlessly like a statue. No one knew what he was doing. Time continued to pass by. A day went by. 2 days went by. After a month had passed, Duan Lingtian finally made a move. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At first glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword looked like an extremely ordinary sword. Whoosh! However, when Duan Lingtian held it in his hand and swung it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. A semi-transparent sword energy flashed around the Jasper Celestial Sword as it emitted an oppressive aura. With the sword in my heart, the shadow of the sword follows my heart. Controlling the sword with my heart, the heart of the sword is illuminated. The heart and sword become one. At some point, Duan Lingtian began to mutter to himself without opening his eyes. No one knew who he was talking to. He kept repeating the names of the 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, as though he did not know the meaning of exhaustion. He did not stop for a long time. Time continued to pass by. Another month had passed. After swinging the Jasper Celestial Sword once a month ago, Duan Lingtian, who had not made a move since then, began to make a move again. A month ago, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword horizontally. Whoosh! However, this time, he swung the Jasper Celestial Sword vertically and did not make a move after that. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. However, this time, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move. He stood there with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, as though he was a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Unknowingly, Elder Hua's figure appeared on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His eyes landed on Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with a sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as shock filled his face. Duan Lingtian stood there with the sword in his hand and looked ordinary. However, Hua Lao could clearly sense that the sword chi emanating from Duan Lingtian was extremely powerful. It was so dense that it seemed as though it could tear through everything. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that. The air around Duan Lingtian's body was being divided into many parts. It was so dense that it seemed as though it was being affected by thousands of invisible forces. He's just one step away. I hope he can succeed. Once he takes this step, his achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword is enough to reach the peak of offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. It's even stronger than most of the top offensive martial arts in this mundane realm. Hua Lao mumbled to himself. Then, he disappeared from the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though he had never appeared. After Hua Lao left, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was further divided. On the 10th day, the air around Duan Lingtian's body was divided into thin threads. It was as though it was being cut into layers by an invisible force. Using the heart to wield the sword. I see. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. The gaze in his eyes was like a sword gleam. At the same time, the air around Duan Lingtian's body that was divided began to gather again. It was no longer affected by the invisible force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian let go of his hands. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand turned into a sword ray and shot out. Its speed became faster and faster. In the end, It disappeared into the air as though it had become one with the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, when Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword disappeared into the air, the sound of the sword whistling did not stop. It continued to resound in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After about 15 minutes, the sound of the sword whistling finally stopped. Chapter 1990. It's exactly 100 days. As Duan Lingtian put the Jasper celestial sword away, he muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. He recalled the time he spent comprehending the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. After all, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had a sense of time. 100 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is equivalent to only 10 days outside. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he raised his hand, and a crystal card appeared in his other hand. It was the crystal card he had obtained from the Saint Land's new disciple registration office. I wonder what I can exchange the contribution points in this crystal card for. I'll go to the central square to have a look. If there's anything I need, I'll see if there's any way I can earn contribution points. After he inserted the Sun Saint energy into the crystal card in his hand, it showed that he still had 100 contribution points. The 100 contribution points could be obtained by any four-symbol Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. This was a welcome gift from the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to every Saint Land disciple who had just entered the Saint Land. Since he decided to go to the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism Saint Land, Duan Lingtian put the Jasper celestial sword and the crystal card into his spatial ring. Then, he walked up to the heavy stone door and pushed it open. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened when it was pushed open. The sound it made was slightly muffled. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang Wan, who was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the small courtyard where the stone house was located, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. Duan Lingtian has come out. Many Saint Land disciples heard the commotion and shifted their attention to the small courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. Most of these Saint Land disciples had a pitiful expression on their faces. In their opinion, since Duan Lingtian had come out, it meant that Duan Lingtian was in trouble. After all, the true disciple, Yang Wan, had been waiting for him for 10 days. Looking at Yang Wen's attitude, there was no way he would let him off so easily. Perhaps Yang Wen did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple Duan Lingtian because he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism, but he could torture Duan Lingtian and torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang Wen did not say what he planned to do to Duan Lingtian, the people present were able to deeply sense Yang Wen's hatred for Duan Lingtian from the killing intent emitted from his body. The enmity of killing one's brother was not a small enmity. Before the stone door was completely pushed open, Duan Lingtian sensed a terrifying killing intent sweeping in from the outside, causing him to involuntarily become vigilant. Even the movement of pushing the door open had slowed down a little. At the same time, a series of discussions resonated from outside and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Yang Wan is a true disciple. He's a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Saint Origin form. It'll be easy for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian is destined to be in trouble today. It's useless even if he doesn't come out now because senior brother Yang Wan is certain he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if he destroys the stone house, he won't have to worry about chi deviation. So what if his strength is close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's like a dog in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He can only blame himself for killing senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother, Yang Wu. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him? The waves of discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears without missing a single word. It also allowed Duan Lingtian to know who the killing intent from earlier came from. It was none other than the true disciple, Yang Wan. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, has two sons. His younger son, Yang Wu, was killed by me. His elder son is in the saint land of Zoroastrianism and is a disciple of the saint land. However, I didn't expect Yang Chang's elder son, Yang Wan, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has entered the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was secretly surprised by this. Naturally, it was limited to being surprised. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. There was no hint of fear on his face at all. Even if Yangwen doesn't dare to kill me because of the fire worship sect's rules and cripples me, I'm sure he'll do everything he can to torture me and make me wish I was dead. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't prohibit disciples from torturing and humiliating them. Perhaps this is one of the ways Zoroastrianism motivates its disciples to work harder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself at the same time. Rumble. The sound of the stone door being pushed resonated in the air again. Duan Lingtian quickened his movements. In just a short while, the stone door was pushed open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, including Yang Wan, after the stone door was pushed open, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calm appearance was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the young man's clothes were exactly the same as theirs, it could not conceal the aura he exuded. It caused them to feel a sense of inferiority. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Almost as soon as the young man stepped out of the stone house and entered the small courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and stared at the young man fiercely before he asked in an interrogating tone. Yang Wen's gaze was unusually sharp. If looks could kill, the young man before him would have been killed many times over. Yang Wan? The son of Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong? When Yang Wan stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and questioned him, Duan Lingtian did not answer him. Instead, he asked in return. When Yang Wan heard the young man before him was still so calm after learning his identity, he was certain the young man before him was indeed Duan Lingtian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Lan's disciple who dared to be so arrogant in front of a true disciple like him. No wonder you dare to go against Elder Lian. You're really arrogant. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the killing intent in Yang Wen's body intensified. His eyes shone fiercely. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, do you think I'm Elder Lian? Do you think I won't make a move on you because of my identity? As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he made his move. He was prepared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saint Lan's disciples who were watching felt their hearts in their mouths as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's words caused Yang Wen Gang, who was about to make a move, to come to a halt. Moreover, the Saint Lan disciples who were watching from the side were shocked and in disbelief. Yang Wen, you must be itching to kill me right now, right? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the rules of Zoroastrianism. These were Duan Lingtian's words. Yang Wen stopped moving when he heard these words. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" When Yang Wen asked this question, he couldn't help but frown. "What else can I mean?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he saw the frowning Yang Wen. He said nonchalantly, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a place in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for disciples to sign a death pact, right? I'll give you a chance now. Lead the way." Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Wen, who was frowning, frowned slightly when he heard this. Lead the way. Yang Wen's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After his expression changed greatly, there was another wave of change. He stared at Duan Lingtian and remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh! At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples who heard Duan Lingtian's words finally regained their senses and broke into an uproar. Heavens! Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants to have a death pact with senior brother Yang Wan. One of the Saint Lan disciples who was watching could not help but exclaim, "A death pact? With senior brother Yang Wan? Where did he get his courage from?" Many Saint Lan disciples narrowed their eyes in disbelief. He's just a Saint Lan disciple who has just entered the Saint Land. Although he's quite strong, he can only show off among those below the Saint Celestial stage. It's impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Lan disciple said confidently, "Even if that's the case, why is he doing this? Look at how calm he is. It doesn't seem like he's seeking death." Some Saint Lan disciples felt something was amiss. Didn't you notice? Ever since Duan Lingtian appeared, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This is either a display of confidence or a deliberate act. One of the Saint Lan disciples speculated, "Confidence? Don't tell me you think he can kill senior brother Yangwen?" The Saint Lan disciple's words instantly aroused disdain from more than one Saint Lan disciple. Humph! He must be deliberately acting mysterious. More and more Saint Lan disciples said confidently. They did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yangwen, the true disciple whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately acting mysterious to scare Yangwen away. Look, senior brother Yangwen seems to be slightly hesitant when faced with his suggestion of a death pact. Don't tell me he really thinks he's weaker than Duan Lingtian? Soon after, a Saint Lan disciple glanced at Yangwen and noticed his hesitation. You're right. Chapter 1991. Duan Lingtian really has some tricks up his sleeve. He's just deliberately mystifying him, and he managed to scare senior brother Yangwen. Don't tell me senior brother Yangwen really doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion for a death duel? The Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yangwen. Their words were filled with mockery. They were mocking Yangwen's cowardice, deliberately mystifying. Naturally, Yangwen had thought of the Saint Lan disciples' thoughts. However, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion so easily. He did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, it would be over for him. It seems like you don't dare to accept my life and death duel. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He glanced at Yangwen indifferently before he said disdainfully, "A true disciple is nothing more than this." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he rose up into the air and prepared to leave. A true disciple is nothing more than this. Duan Lingtian's disdainful words completely enraged Yangwen. His expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, I agree to your suggestion. Do you really think I'll be frightened by you just because you're deliberately mystifying me? What a joke. In the blink of an eye, Yangwen made his decision. If he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it meant he was afraid of Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his younger brother. If Duan Lingtian was really stronger than him, it would be a wise decision for him to reject Duan Lingtian's suggestion. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him and was only trying to scare him, he would not dare to agree to Duan Lingtian's suggestion. It would undoubtedly be very embarrassing. When Yangwen heard Duan Lingtian's disdainful words, he finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion after weighing the pros and cons. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was most likely deliberately mystifying him. Agreed? Upon hearing Yangwen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. A surprised expression appeared on his calm face. When the group of Saint Lan's disciples saw this, it caused another round of discussion. Did you see that? Duan Lingtian's expression changed, as if he didn't expect senior brother Yangwen to agree to his suggestion. From this, it can be confirmed that he is indeed deliberately mystifying. Fortunately, senior brother Yangwen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, not only would senior brother Yangwen lose face for himself, he would also lose face for the core disciples. That's right. As a true disciple, he actually dared not agree to the life and death duel of an ordinary elite disciple. If this matter were to spread out, not only would he embarrass himself, but he would also embarrass the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yangwen finally agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion at the critical moment. This also disrupted Duan Lingtian's scheme. The group of Holy Land disciples all felt that Yangwen's decision was the right one. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. As for the purpose of deliberately mystifying, it was, naturally, to scare Yang Wen into not agreeing to the life and death duel that he proposed. However, now that Yang Wen had agreed to it, it meant that Duan Lingtian's scheme had been disrupted. At this moment, would Duan Lingtian still dare to continue with his life and death duel? Senior brother Yang Wen's agreement to Duan Lingtian's life and death duel is tantamount to checkmate Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian's expression has changed, I think he no longer dares to continue with his life and death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, in the face of a choice between life and death, I'm sure he'd rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen than lose his life. His plan of deliberately mystifying has failed in the end. The group of Holy Land disciples whispered among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely go back on his word after Yang Wen agreed to his life and death duel. Duan Lingtian, I've already agreed to it. Don't tell me you don't dare to accept it now? Or perhaps you're willing to be bashed by me instead of heading to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a life and death contract and carry out a battle of life and death. Yang Wen had also noticed the surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face. At once, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his hesitation from before and felt a sense of exhilaration. At the same time, he was glad that he had agreed to it. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be embarrassed instead of Duan Lingtian. Lead the way. In the face of the group of Holy Land disciples' disdain and Yang Wen's mockery, Duan Lingtian's expression regained its calmness. He merely uttered 2 words in response to Yang Wen's words. Lead the way. The 2 words that came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth caused the entire place to fall silent again. The group of Holy Land disciples stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to continue at this moment. Was he not afraid of going overboard? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to be so domineering even after he had agreed to it. For a moment, his resolute heart was shaken again, and his expression changed again. What's wrong? You don't dare to do it anymore? Didn't you agree so readily just now? Duan Lingtian mocked when he saw the change in Yang Wen's expression. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yang Wen's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you're still going to be so mysterious when it's time to sign the death pact. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Yang Wen's body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning. His target was the central square. If you have the guts, follow me to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact to have a death duel with me. If you don't, I'll let you have a taste of a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's voice resonated from afar as he shot out. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the air in the surroundings to turn colder. However, after a while, Yang Wen slowed down again. He would occasionally turn around to look at Duan Lingtian in disdain, as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian dared to follow him to the Palace of Death. The Palace of Death was located in the central square of the Saint Island of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Island was the name of the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, Saint Land disciples who had irreconcilable enmity with each other could meet at the Palace of Death and sign the death pact under the witness of the Palace of Death's elders. Moreover, they would fight to the death in the death arena of the Palace of Death. At this moment, Yang Wen was preparing to lead the way to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian dared to follow him. Senior brother Yang Wen has become smarter this time. He's not fooled by Duan Lingtian anymore. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. If senior brother Yang Wen still doesn't learn, he'd be a true disciple and a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in vain. That's right. A true disciple who doesn't dare to have a death duel with an ordinary elite disciple. Wouldn't he be laughed at if news of this spread out? Most of the Saint Land disciples secretly gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw how domineering he was. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A hint of mockery could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they wanted to see if Duan Lingtian still had the guts to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. Once they entered the Palace of Death and signed the Death Pact, they would not be able to return. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't go. Senior brother Ling Tian, don't go. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to follow Yang Chong, two voice transmissions entered his ears. The two voice transmissions came from two people. Duan Ling Tian instantly noticed the two Saint Lan disciples standing in different directions. They were the ones who had sent him voice transmissions to stop him from following Yang Chong to the Palace of Death in the central square of the Saint Island. One of them was none other than Sunda, who was robbed of his Primus house by Duan Ling Tian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, Sunda was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbols Sanctums. Sunda was able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind in advance to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure Duan Ling Tian had given him that day. It was precisely because of this that he had always been grateful to Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, when he saw Duan Ling Tian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly sent a voice transmission to stop Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian, where there's life, there's hope. As long as you're still alive, you'll be able to take revenge one day. There's no need for you to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact, it'll be too late even if you want to go back on your word. Sunda advised earnestly. The meaning of Sunda's words was simple. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to take revenge. It was not worth it to die now. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Sunda. I know what I'm doing. After Duan Ling Tian gave Sunda a reassuring look, he shifted his gaze to the other person who had sent him a voice transmission. He had only seen the other person who had sent him a voice transmission once. For this reason, he was very surprised when he saw the other person. This person was none other than the Saint Lan disciple he had met 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the Saint Lan's new disciple registration office. He did not know where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were staying, so he had stopped the other party to ask for directions. Apart from that, he had no other interactions with the other party. He did not expect the other party would send him a voice transmission at this moment. Senior brother, why are you calling me senior brother now? Duan Ling Tian asked with a wry smile on his face through voice transmission. He remembered when he had asked for directions that day, he had addressed the other party as senior brother, and the other party had politely addressed him as junior brother. Senior brother Ling Tian, Guanxiu didn't know your identity that day, so I've neglected you. Please forgive me. The Saint Lan disciple who had reminded Duan Ling Tian was none other than Guanxiu, who had given directions to Duan Ling Tian 10 days ago. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, he immediately replied in a slightly fearful manner. Duan Ling Tian's strength was far greater than his. Chapter 1992. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Guanxiu's words. However, he did not continue to argue with Guanxiu on this topic, since he knew this was a world where the strong were respected. Guanxiu had addressed him as senior brother from the bottom of his heart. If he continued to address Guanxiu as senior brother, it would put a lot of pressure on Guanxiu. Senior brother Ling Tian, although you're strong, I'm afraid you're not as strong as a true disciple. All of them are at the Saint Celestial stage or above. This is especially true for senior brother Yangwan. He has already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Guanxiu reminded him through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Guanxiu's kindness. After all, he had only met Guanxiu once. It was rare for Guanxiu to be so kind to him. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian replied to Guanxiu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guanxiu and Sunda's helpless gazes, he flew up and caught up with the true disciple, Yang Wan, who had already flown a distance away. Yang Wan's expression turned solemn when he saw Duan Ling Tian dared to follow him. He actually dares to follow him? It seems like he won't give up before he signs the Death Pact. He's really going all out. However, even if he's not as strong as senior brother Yang Wan, he'll still be able to pressure senior brother Yangwon. That's right. Look at the grave expression on senior brother Yangwen's face. As the Saint Lan disciples shifted their gazes to Yangwon, the grave expression on his face finally disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said disdainfully, Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you'll still be so unyielding when we enter the Palace of Death and sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll sign the Death Pact obediently at that time. Otherwise, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one and make you suffer a fate worse than death. When Yangwen reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder as though it came from an ice cave. Although it was not targeted at the group of Saint Lan disciples, it still made them shudder. Pull out my fingernails one by one? Hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, his expression was frighteningly calm. I'd like to see how long you can keep up this pretense. Yang Wen was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged after hearing his harsh words. He snorted coldly before he suddenly sped up and made his way to the square at the center of the Saint Island. Duan Lingtian followed at a leisurely pace. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of running away. Behind them, Sunda, Guanxiu, and the group of disciples who were watching the show also followed. When the group arrived in the air above the central square of the Holy Island, the majestic flow of people alarmed the group of Holy Land's disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? The person in the lead seems to be senior brother Yangwon. It's indeed senior brother Yangwon. The group of people behind him seems to be brought by senior brother Yangwon. Senior brother Yangwen's expression seems a little off. What's going on? In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were only 170 over true disciples. For this reason, many Saint Land disciples quickly recognized Yangwon, the true disciple. Although Yangwen's strength could only be considered as the weakest among the group of true disciples, there were still many true disciples. However, there were only so many successor disciples, so it was still very easy to recognize them. Senior brother Yangwon, is he going to the Palace of Death? Heavens! What's going on? Which true disciple is senior brother Yangwon going to have a death duel with? When the thousands of Saint Lan disciples in the central square saw Yangwon taking the lead and heading towards the Palace of Death, it caused a commotion in the central square. When Yangwen's figure landed outside the Palace of Death, the thousands of Saint Lan disciples in the central square learned about what had happened from the group of Saint Lan disciples behind Yangwon. Senior brother Yangwon is actually the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. That young man behind senior brother Yangwon is Duan Lingtian, who's famous in Zoroastrianism recently, a nine-clawed dragon warrior, a genius martial cultivator who has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian is the one who issued a death duel with senior brother Yangwon today. When the matter was revealed, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the central square burst into an uproar again. An ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel with a true disciple. In the history of Zoroastrianism, such a ridiculous matter had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a saint celestial. It was not something an ordinary elite disciple could compare to. For a time, many Saint Lan disciples felt the same way as the Saint Lan disciples who had just arrived. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and trying to scare Yangwon. I'm guessing Duan Lingtian will definitely not dare to sign the death duel after entering the Palace of Death. This Duan Lingtian is not simple. He's been playing mind games. I'm guessing he'll only refuse to sign the death duel after senior brother Yangwon signs his name on the death duel and imprints his fingerprint. Based on the current situation, he'll most likely do that. Once senior brother Yangwon hesitates and refuses to sign the death duel, he'll win this mind game. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the discussion among the Saint Lan disciples. Mind games? Perhaps. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who heard the Saint Lan disciples' discussion. Even Yangwon had heard it as well. Yangwon hesitated for a moment. Up until now, it seemed like he was not mentally prepared for the death duel. Even when he brought Duan Lingtian here, he only wanted to scare Duan Lingtian. After all, he was only 90% confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he was not 100% confident was because up until now, he still did not dare to be 100% sure if Duan Lingtian was really strong, or if he was just bluffing when he suggested a death duel. The reason for this was because of the death of his younger brother, Yang Wu. He was well aware of how Yang Wu had died. It was Yang Wu who first challenged Duan Lingtian to a death duel. During the death duel, Yang Wu was killed by Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he was traumatized. Although he was 100% certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for him in the depths of his heart, he did not dare to make up his mind to fight Duan Lingtian to the death due to the shadow in his heart. As an older brother, he did not want to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is only going to go back on his word after I sign the death duel and put my handprint on the death duel? Yang Wen's heart sank when he thought of this. However, faced with the thousands of Saint Lan's disciples behind him, he knew this matter was no longer going to end peacefully. As the saying went, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Palace of Death? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was following closely behind Yang Wen, shifted his gaze to the majestic and gigantic palace in front of him. He saw a plaque hanging on the palace's main entrance with the words Palace of Death written in flamboyant calligraphy. Why did senior brother Yang Wen stop? Go in. He's already at the entrance. Why did he stop? Senior brother Yang Wen is afraid, right? He's a true disciple. Why is he afraid of an ordinary elite disciple who's deliberately mystifying himself? Since Yang Wen, who had taken the lead, was standing outside the Hall of Life and Death without making a move for a long time, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had followed behind him to watch the show became impatient and began to complain. True disciple? If you don't dare to do it, leave now. Don't embarrass yourself here. He's a disgrace to all true disciples today. No matter when or where, there was no lack of people who wanted to stir up trouble. Many Saint Lan's disciples were hiding in the dark. They were afraid Yang Wen would drag them out, but they could not help but mock Yang Wen. Shut up. Along with a loud shout, Yang Wen's face darkened as he spoke in anger. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the noise at the entrance of the Hall of Life and Death, causing a group of Holy Land disciples to shut their mouths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll have the guts to sign your name and put your handprint on the death duel after I sign the death duel. If you go back on your words at that time, not only will I pull out your fingernails one by one, but I'll also tear the skin off your face and destroy your face. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Palace of Death without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as calm as he was before. Tear the skin off his face piece by piece? Yang Wen's ruthlessness enraged Duan Lingtian. He could no longer maintain his composure. When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen walking into the Palace of Death, he followed suit. He's going in. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the show. The Palace of Death's death duel hasn't been opened for a long time. This time, I must bet all the contribution points in my crystal card. Even if the payout for senior brother Yang Wen's victory isn't high. Don't you think it's too early to say all these? We don't even know if Duan Lingtian dares to sign the death duel yet. The group of Saint Lan's disciples at the back made a fuss as they followed suit. However, they stopped at the entrance of the Palace of Death. Chapter 1993. Yang Wen, who took the lead, and Duan Lingtian, who followed closely behind, entered the Palace of Death one after another. After entering the Palace of Death, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a battle arena in the distance. The battle arena was huge. Apart from the area where Duan Lingtian was standing, the other three sides of the battle arena were seats for spectators. However, at this moment, the seats were empty. One could vaguely see many dried bloodstains on the battle arena. It was obvious the bloodstains were left behind in the past. So this is the death arena? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes at this moment. The death arena was a venue provided by the Palace of Death for two Zoroastrianism Saint Lan disciples who had signed a death pact to fight to the death. One of them was destined to die in the death arena. Both of you are going to sign a death pact? When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's eyes landed on the death arena in the distance, a hoarse voice resonated in their ears. At first, the hoarse voice sounded from afar. However, in just a blink of an eye, it seemed to be right next to them. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen regained their senses, they instantly noticed that an old man had appeared next to them without them noticing. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in the uniform of a silver flame elder. It was obvious he was a silver flame elder, the custodian of the Palace of Death. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Palace of Death from many Saint Lan disciples. He knew there was a silver flame elder and 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. The only silver flame elder was the manager of the Palace of Life and Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Niezue. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. If Lian was the first silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 symbol sanctums, then Niezue would be the first silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death, an expert in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking? Looking at this inconspicuous old man, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. When the group of Saint Lan disciples mentioned the Palace of Death earlier, they naturally mentioned the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue. Therefore, Duan Lingtian knew that Niezue was not only the steward of the Palace of Life and Death, but he was also ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking. It was said that among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, only 2 of them were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Niezue was ranked 78th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the Silver Flame Elder who was ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking was ranked 99th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was far behind Niezue. True disciple Yang Wen greets Elder Niezue. While Duan Lingtian was guessing that the person before him was Niezue, Yang Wen had already bowed respectfully to the old man. Even someone as arrogant as Yang Wen lowered his head before Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Niezue. Yang Wen's voice jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Duan Lingtian immediately nodded his head and greeted the old man. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed the old man's calm gaze swept past him and Yang Wen. Although his gaze was calm, it gave Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. Did both of you come to the Palace of Death to sign a death pact and have a death duel? The old man finally asked. As the steward of the Palace of Death, he, naturally, knew the Saint Lan disciples would not come to him unless they had a death duel. As soon as Niezue finished speaking, Yang Wen did not reply to the old man. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian to see how Duan Lingtian would respond. This was because if Duan Lingtian said yes and Duan Lingtian went back on his word, although the steward of the Palace of Death would not force him to sign the death pact, he would definitely teach him a lesson. This was because he was already making fun of the steward of the Palace of Death and insulting the dignity of the Palace of Death. It was understandable for the steward of the Palace of Death to teach him a lesson. As long as he was not killed or crippled, even the Saint Lan's enforcement hall would not care.
Yes.
When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Wen did not reply to Niezue and looked at him instead, he naturally knew what Yang Wen was thinking. However, he still responded without any hesitation. However, Yang Wen's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's response. However, Yang Wen's expression only changed for a moment before a gloating expression appeared on his face again. It was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would dare to sign the death pact. Follow me. After Niezue finished speaking, he walked to the side. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen followed closely behind him. Soon after, under Niezue's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death brought a piece of life and death contract, a brush that was dyed with ink, and a plate of specially made ink. Who's going to go first? Niezue asked nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen.
Him.
Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, "Hermph." Niezue snorted when he saw Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's refusal. He looked at Yang Wen and said nonchalantly, "You didn't reply when I asked if you're here to sign the death pact. Now, you'll sign the death pact first." Yang Wen did not expect he would be placed in such a situation because he did not reply to Niezue earlier. Niezue, actually asked him to sign the death pact first, he immediately thought of the death of his biological brother, Yang Wu, and a hint of dread rose in his heart. He looked at Niezue and said, "Elder Niezue, can you let him sign the death pact first? If he dares to sign the death pact, I'll definitely sign it as well." Haha, young one, you're a true disciple after all. Don't tell me you're afraid of an ordinary elite disciple like me? The moment Yang Wen's words left his mouth, Niezue's expression turned grave immediately. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but laugh out loud. At the same time, he did not forget to mock Yang Wen. Naturally, he would not sign the death pact first. What if Yang Wen went back on his word after he signed the death pact? After all, the reason he came here today was to kill Yang Wen. It was not only because Yang Wen wanted to kill him, but it was also because Yang Wen's father, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him earlier. Yang Chong actually wanted to kill his family. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the moment Yang Chong threatened him with his family, he was already on the opposite side of Yang Chong. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to kill his family, he would kill Yang Chong's son. Since he had already killed the younger one, he would kill the older one as well. Yang Chong, I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have when you find out I killed your eldest son as well, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wen's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian. Yang Wen, you're the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? Niezue asked indifferently as he looked at Yang Wen.
Yes.
Upon hearing Niezue's question, Yang Wen hurriedly withdrew his angry gaze from Duan Lingtian and replied respectfully. No matter what, your father is a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son and a true disciple of the Saint land of Zoroastrianism, don't tell me you don't dare to sign the death pact even though you've come to my palace of death with someone else? If you don't dare to sign it, get lost now. A hint of anger could be seen on Niezue's face when he finished speaking. His tone was not friendly at all. At the same time, a terrifying aura emitted from Niezue's body and shrouded Yang Wen's body. It was so oppressive that Yang Wen's face turned pale. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and said, I wonder if Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood when he finds out his eldest son missed the opportunity to avenge his youngest son? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yang Wen's eyes widened immediately. Niezue also looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? Although he was in the Saint land of Zoroastrianism, he had heard about the death of Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. He knew Yang Wu was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he had also heard about Duan Lingtian. He also knew Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian more than once, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before today. For this reason, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Yes, when faced with Niezue, Duan Lingtian quickly put away his expression that seemed eager to see the world plunged into chaos and nodded respectfully. I'll sign it. While Niezue was looking at Duan Lingtian and was about to say something, Yang Wen suddenly shouted. Then, Yang Wen stepped forward with bloodshot eyes and took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder's hand. With a few swishing sounds, he signed his name on the death contract. Smack! A soft sound resonated in the air. Yang Wen placed his right hand on the special ink pad and used his hand that was stained with the ink pad to leave his handprint on the death contract. After signing the death contract unilaterally, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, if you don't dare to sign this death contract, it means you're toying with Elder Niezue and blaspheming the Palace of Death. As soon as Yang Wen spoke, he had forced Duan Lingtian to the opposite side of the Palace of Death. When Yang Wen spoke, apart from Niezue, who was the overseer of the Palace of Death, the other 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. You don't have to worry about this. Chapter 1994. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian signed his name and left his fingerprint on the death pact under Yang Wen's incredulous gaze. The death pact is formed. As soon as Duan Lingtian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death who was holding the death pact said loudly, Yang Wen and Duan Lingtian will enter the death arena in a little while and have a death duel. A little while? Duan Lingtian was stunned. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why they had to wait until a little while before the death duel. Was there a need to wait until so late? In the next hour, the Palace of Death will be the banker and launch a bet for the death duel between you and Yang Wen. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself and bet that you'll be able to survive until the end. Of course, if you die, even if you don't bet on yourself, your contribution points won't be of any use to you. As though he could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, explained nonchalantly, for this reason, those who enter the death arena will usually bet all their contribution points on themselves. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He did not expect the Palace of Death to have such a tradition even though it was a solemn place. The Palace of Death won't take any of the Saint Lan's disciples' contribution points. We'll only act as the middleman and mix all of your contribution points together before calculating the odds based on your contribution points. Naturally, if the elders from the Palace of Death think highly of someone, they can place a bet as well, Niezue said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Niezue, you mean the other Saint Lan's disciples can place a bet as well? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Of course, Niezue replied. Otherwise, what do you think the spectator seats around the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for the other two bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death. After you've placed your bet and entered the death arena, the other Saint Lan's disciples will be able to enter the Palace of Death to place their bets and enter the spectator seats around the death arena. Before I give the order, even though the two of you are in the death arena, you are not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, the first to attack will be severely punished by the Hall of Life and Death. Speaking up to this point, Niezue's tone became more severe. The traditions of the Hall of Life and Death cannot be overturned by anyone. Duan Lingtian nodded. He then walked out and looked for the other two bronze flame elders to place their bets. What a pity. I only have 100 contribution points. When he placed his bet, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh to himself. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, I only hope that the others will place their bets on Yang Wen. That way, I can still win quite a bit. Yang Wen, why aren't you going to bet? After Duan Lingtian placed his bet and stepped into the death arena, Niezue looked at Yang Wen, who was still standing in place. His expression darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Yang Wen could not help but shudder immediately. When he regained his senses, he hastily placed his bet. After placing his bet, Yang Wen flew up to the death arena and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know where you got your courage from to sign the death arena contract for a death duel with me, Yang Wen, I still have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my brother. To avenge my father. Yang Wen's expression was gloomy as he enunciated each word clearly. Everyone knows how to boast. Whether you can kill me or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Unlike Yang Wen, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. After hearing Yang Wen's harsh words, he took his time to reply. I'd like to see if your expression will still be as calm after an hour. Yang Wen sneered. Then you can wait patiently, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to look outside the Death Palace. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, the group of Saint Lan disciples outside the Death Palace seemed to have received some kind of order and immediately swarmed in. At once, the Death Palace seemed to have turned into a noisy marketplace. Duan Lingtian actually signed the Death Arena contract? Many Saint Lan disciples had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Until now, they still had not recovered from the shock of Duan Lingtian signing the Death Arena contract. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the Death Arena contract. He's seeking death. Some Saint Lan disciples immediately said disdainfully. They felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself by signing the Death Arena contract. I think this Duan Lingtian is a little strange. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, he has been fighting with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, since the beginning, but he didn't suffer any losses. Based on what he did after that, he doesn't seem like someone who would suffer losses. A Saint Lan disciple could not help but say when he recalled Duan Lingtian's experience after he came to Zoroastrianism. Many Saint Lan disciples began to laugh at this Saint Lan disciple's words. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than Senior Brother Yangwen? Do you think he'll be able to kill Senior Brother Yangwen in this death arena? Stop joking. The reason Duan Lingtian has not suffered any losses since he came to Zoroastrianism is because he's quite strong, and he hasn't encountered any tough opponents yet. As for Elder Lian, he didn't dare to make a move on him because of his status. Otherwise, do you think he'd be able to survive until now? That's right. If you think Duan Lingtian can survive today, you can bet on him. However, I'm afraid you'll lose everything. That's right. Since you're so confident in Duan Lingtian, you can bet on him. This way, we'll be able to earn more contribution points. Perhaps, even this Saint Lan disciple did not know his words would cause so many Saint Lan disciples to laugh at him. He immediately shut his mouth. As for betting on Duan Lingtian, he was not stupid enough to bet on him. What he said just now was purely an irresponsible guess. It was not his real thoughts. In his opinion, Yangwen had a higher chance of surviving today's death arena. After all, Yangwen was a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Lingtian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Yangwen since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. I'll bet 500 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. I'm going all out. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwen. As the group of Saint Lan disciples entered the death arena, the two Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were in charge of collecting the bets became busy as well. 15 minutes had passed, but not a single Saint Lan disciple had bet on Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one could see how much they did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Nobody's betting on Duan Lingtian? This situation quickly attracted the attention of some Saint Lan disciples. If this continues, how are we going to earn any contribution points? That's right. The wager in the Palace of Life and Death is calculated based on the bets placed by both parties. If everyone placed their bets on Senior Brother Yangwen, we would only be able to take back our own contribution points. We wouldn't be able to earn a single contribution point. Otherwise, who's going to bet on Duan Lingtian? If this continues, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. Do you think we're stupid? Betting on Duan Lingtian? Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting our contribution points? The group of Saint Lan disciples fell into an uproar again. None of them thought Duan Lingtian would win. All of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. Although Duan Lingtian is quite strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to his innate talent, it's difficult for him to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right. Under such circumstances, only a fool would bet on him. This can't go on. If we all bet on Senior Brother Yangwen, we won't be able to earn any contribution points at all. There's nothing we can do about that. Why don't you bet on Duan Lingtian instead? I'm not a fool. Meanwhile, the group of Saint Lan disciples continued to discuss among themselves. Nobody was willing to bet on Duan Lingtian after a long time. A voice suddenly sounded and attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and placed his bet on Duan Lingtian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, many Saint Lan disciples' eyes lit up immediately. They felt it was good that someone took the lead. There would definitely be many people who would follow suit. In that case, they would not have to worry about not earning enough contribution points. It did not matter if they did not earn much. It was fine as long as they earned some contribution points. As the saying went, a mosquito is still meat. Isn't he Sunda? Sunda? The Saint Land disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before Duan Lingtian and came to our Saint Land? That's him. I heard the reason he managed to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier was because Duan Lingtian inadvertently helped him. No wonder he would bet on Duan Lingtian. As it turns out, he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. He's smart to know that this is his last chance to return the favor to Duan Lingtian. After today, even if he wants to return the favor to Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to do so anymore. Many Saint Land disciples recognized the Saint Land disciple, Sunda, who had bet on Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and I only have so many contribution points. Sunda smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was in the death arena. Chapter 1995. It's all right. It's fine as long as I can earn something. As Duan Lingtian replied to Sunda through voice transmission, he could tell Sunda did not think highly of him. He knew Sunda was only willing to bet on him because of other reasons. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Guanxiu, the Saint Land disciple who had given him directions 10 days ago, and reminded him out of concern today. Just as he was about to remind Guanxiu to bet on him through voice transmission, he realized Guanxiu had already placed his bet. 3,500 contribution points on senior brother Duan Lingtian. Without Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guanxiu placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Guanxiu gave him a feeling of being acknowledged. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. As Guanxiu placed his bet, the originally noisy atmosphere in the Palace of Death suddenly fell silent. Each and every one of the Holy Ground's disciples looked at Guanxiu in astonishment. 3,500 contribution points? All on Duan Lingtian? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? I recognize him. His name is Guanxiu, and he can be considered as a senior Saint Land disciple in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. However, 3,500 contribution points is most likely all he has. He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of losing everything? No matter what, he and Sunda have made a good start. Now, I'm not afraid of losing contribution points. That's true. Many Saint Land disciples laughed. Guanxiu, you're crazy. Some of the Saint Land disciples who knew Guanxiu stared at him with their mouths agape. They thought he was crazy. In their opinion, under such an obvious situation, only an idiot would bet on Duan Lingtian. However, Guanxiu ignored these people's doubts. Instead, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lingtian, based on the current situation, I can't help you much. I'll place all the contribution points in my crystal card on you as a form of support. Good luck. Today, I will definitely let you make a huge profit. Duan Lingtian gave Guanxiu a reassuring look before retracting his gaze. The group of Holy Land disciples had no choice but to admit that they had overestimated Sunda and Guanxiu's leadership. After Guanxiu had placed 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian, some people had also placed bets on Duan Lingtian, but none of the bets added up to 3,000 contribution points. Aren't you betting too little on Duan Lingtian? Quite a lot. It's better than nothing. The payout rate for the opening of the Death Arena today must be very exaggerated. I estimate that there are at least 800,000 contribution points betting on senior brother Yangwan, if not 1 million. I think so too. Although I bet 1,000 contribution points, even if senior brother Yangwan wins, I reckon I'll only earn a few contribution points. Forget it. Since it's a sure win, I'll just earn as many contribution points as I can. I bet 3,000 contribution points. However, the odds are too low. I estimate that I can only earn a dozen or so contribution points. As the group of Holy Land disciples discussed among themselves, they also flew into the spectator seats around the Death Arena. After they sat down, their eyes shifted to the two people standing in the Death Arena in unison as they waited for the death duel to begin. After about half an hour and a quarter of an hour, the people who were supposed to place their bets had already placed their bets. The death duel would officially begin after 15 minutes. Within this 15 minutes, other than the remaining 15 minutes where bets were still being accepted, the odds for the bets that the Palace of Life and Death had set up were also calculated and displayed before everyone's eyes. The total number of contribution points betting on Duan Lingtian is only about 6,000 contribution points. However, the total number of contribution points betting on senior brother Yangwan is at least a few 100,000 or even millions of contribution points betting on him. The odds must be very exaggerated. Indeed, I only hope it's within 200 to 1. Initially, I thought I could take this opportunity to make a fortune. I didn't expect almost everyone would bet on senior brother Yangwan. It seems like nobody's stupid. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the spectator seats kept talking about the bet that Duan Lingtian and Yangwan would place on the death duel. All of them were looking forward to the final payout. Now, I can only hope that the few elders in the Palace of Death have also placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I can't even look at the payout rate. A Holy Land disciple suddenly remembered that the few elders in the Palace of Death could also place their bets. He could not help but say excitedly, "I don't think so. The elders in the Palace of Death are all shrewd people. It's impossible for them to think highly of Duan Lingtian." However, as soon as another Holy Land disciple spoke, the enthusiasm of this Holy Land disciple seemed to have been extinguished by a pail of cold water. "I'll bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian." Without warning, a cold voice resonated from outside the Palace of Death. It shocked the group of people in the Palace of Death. Even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, could not help but narrow his eyes. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, two figures appeared side by side in the Palace of Death. They were two young men. Moreover, the two young men's appearances were somewhat similar to each other. Senior brother Lu Mu? Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the young man on the right. He was shocked. He did not expect to see him here. The Saint Land's assessment had yet to begin, right? Why would he appear in the Saint Land? Moreover, he was wearing the uniform of a Saint Land disciple. The person in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, Lu Mu, whom he had met when he went to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. At that time, Lu Mu's cultivation base was already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. It would not be difficult for him to pass the Saint Land's assessment. Duan Lingtian had thought about meeting Lu Mu again, but he thought it would only happen after the Saint Land's assessment. He did not expect to see Lu Mu before the Saint Land's assessment began. It's senior brother Lu Yun. It's really senior brother Lu Yun. Who's the Saint Land disciple standing next to him? Why does he look so similar to senior brother Lu Yun? I heard that senior brother Lu Yun has a cousin in the White Tiger Sanctum. Don't tell me he's senior brother Lu Yun's cousin? The Saint Land's assessment has yet to begin, right? Why would he be here? While Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Mu's appearance, most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were also shocked by the appearance of the young man next to Lu Mu. Even Yangwan, who was confronting Duan Lingtian, could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he looked at the young man next to Lu Mu. Lu Yun was also a true disciple like him. However, compared to him, Lu Yun was much more famous. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, there was a ranking list for the true disciples. It was called the True Ranking. There were a total of 100 names on the ranking list. Only the strongest 100 among the 170 or so true disciples were qualified to be listed on the ranking list. Yangwan was still not qualified to be listed on the True Ranking. However, Lu Yun had long been ranked 27th on the True Ranking. He was one of the strongest true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, his appearance had caused quite a commotion. Why is senior brother Lu Yun here? Moreover, he actually wanted to bet 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Is he joking? Under the puzzled gazes of many Saint Land disciples, Lu Yun went to look for the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder and took out his crystal card to bet 100,000 contribution points. From the beginning until the end, he did not even frown at all. Senior brother Lu Yun has so much confidence in Duan Lingtian. Oh my god. After senior brother Lu Yun's actions, I'm starting to regret betting all my contribution points on senior brother Yangwan. Right now, I even want to bet more on Duan Lingtian. It's not for any other reason but for senior brother Lu Yun to think highly of him and make him bet 100,000 contribution points on him. Just as the disciples of the Saint Land were about to make a move, they saw, whoosh. Duan Lingtian, who was originally standing in the death arena, suddenly soared into the air and charged toward the young man who came with Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Mu, when did you come to the Saint Land? Moreover, how did you become a Saint Land disciple? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise as he looked at Lu Mu. Although he had only met Lu Mu once in the past, because of their similar natures, it did not affect them from becoming friends. For this reason, he was surprised and delighted when he saw Lu Mu in the Palace of Death. Junior brother Ling Tian, could it be that only you're allowed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but I'm not allowed to comprehend the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability? Lu Mu smiled. His words revealed the reason he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. As it turned out, Lu Mu was able to come to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple because he had successfully comprehended the White Tiger Sanctum's most treasured divine ability. Of course not. I'm just a little surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. You're Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Lu Yun, who had finished placing his bet, returned to Lu Mu's side. He glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he said in a cold and calm voice, My cousin asked me to place my bet on you. I hope you won't disappoint him in me. After that, Lu Yun did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he flew toward the spectator's seat. The spectator's seat had a great view. It was already filled with people. However, when the group of Saint Land disciples sitting in the spectator's seat saw Lu Yun's arrival, they stood up and made way for him as though he was a plague. Junior brother Ling Tian, my cousin has always been like this. Please don't blame him. Chapter 1996. It's all right. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could tell Lu Yun did not have any ill intentions. 100,000 contribution points, however, when he recalled Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he could not help but narrow his eyes. When he opened them again, a glint flashed in his eyes as though he had thought of something. Senior brother Lu Mu, please look for senior brother Lu Yun first. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Elder Niezue. Duan Lingtian hastily told Lu Mu and smiled apologetically. He did not wait for Lu Mu's reply and immediately flew out to meet Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just soared up to the sky and was preparing to host the death duel in the death arena. Is there anything? Niezue asked with a frown when he saw Duan Lingtian had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye and was blocking his path. At the same time, all the Saint Land disciples present on the scene, including Lu Mu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Why is Duan Lingtian looking for Elder Niezue at this time? The death duel was about to begin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not waiting in the death arena. Instead, he was looking for Elder Niezue. Everyone could not help but wonder what he was trying to do. Elder Niezue, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a dilapidated bow appeared in his hand. There were 10 holes on the bow, making it look even more dilapidated. The only thing worth mentioning was the bowstring of the bow was not simple. Naturally, Niezue was the only one whose eyes lit up slightly. He could tell the bowstring of the bow was not simple. As for the others, they did not notice the bowstring since they were too far away. When they saw the bow that Duan Lingtian took out, most of them had a look of disdain on their faces. Why is Duan Lingtian taking out this dilapidated bow at this time? I don't know. Perhaps he's trying to bribe Elder Niezue with this dilapidated bow, so he can cancel the death duel. What a joke. Don't worry, Elder Niezue doesn't care about this crappy bow at all. Even if he did, it's impossible for Elder Niezue to cancel today's life and death duel. The life and death contract has already been signed. If Elder Niezue abuses his authority to cancel today's life and death duel, then his position as the manager of the Palace of Life and Death will come to an end. The group of Holy Land disciples discussed animatedly, and their tone was full of ridicule and disdain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Niezue and said, Elder Niezue, I would like to pawn this bow with you in exchange for some contribution points to bet on myself. In today's battle to the death, if I die, this bow will be yours. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll use twice the contribution points to redeem it." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he handed the bow in his hand to Nie Zue. The seemingly broken bow in Duan Lingtian's hand was none other than the sun-shooting bow. When the sun-shooting bow was at its peak, it was an extremely powerful celestial supreme treasure. However, when Duan Lingtian obtained it, not only was the bowstring missing, but the 10 most important heavenly jewels on the bow were also missing. Even so, the sun-shooting bow was still extremely powerful after the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was used as the bowstring. However, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had focused all his attention on the sword Dao. Due to this reason, the sun-shooting bow was gradually covered in dust. If it was not for the fact that Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he would not have remembered the sun-shooting bow at all. Currently, he wanted to pawn the sun-shooting bow with Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, in exchange for some contribution points. After the battle to the death, he would redeem the sun-shooting bow. He believed that with Nie Zue's strength and identity, he would be able to tell how extraordinary the sun-shooting bow was. "It seems like you're very confident in yourself." Nie Zue looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he reached out to take the sun-shooting bow from Duan Lingtian. When his gaze landed on the sun-shooting bow, his eyes gradually lit up. Although he could tell the bowstring was extraordinary, he did not pay attention to the bow itself. Now that he held the bow, he realized the most precious part of the bow was not the bowstring, but the bow itself. "It's not that I'm confident in myself. After all, if I die today, everything that belongs to me will no longer belong to me. I might as well pawn the most precious thing in my possession and take a gamble." When Duan Lingtian heard Nie Zue's words, he said calmly. At this moment, a scoff sounded in the air. It was Yang Wan who was standing in the death arena. He glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said with contempt, "Duan Lingtian, from what you said, this lousy bow is the most precious thing in your possession? How pathetic. Do you think Elder Nie Zue would be interested in your lousy bow? What a joke." Most of the other Saint Lan disciples were also looking at Duan Lingtian mockingly. Has this Duan Lingtian gone crazy from thinking about contribution points? He actually wants to pawn such a lousy bow in Elder Nie Zue's hands in exchange for contribution points. Is there something wrong with his head? Such a lousy bow is obviously from a street stall. Even if he sells it to me at a price of 1 contribution point, I'll still have to consider buying it. He's really bold to actually use such a lousy bow to try and take advantage of Elder Nie Zue. The group of Saint Lan disciples' words were filled with disdain. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was being too naive. He actually wanted to use a lousy bow to gain something without risking anything. Moreover, of all people, he actually dared to look for Elder Nie Zue. Did he really think Elder Nie Zue was blind? At this moment, even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, Sunda, and Guanxiu could not help but frown. They could not tell what was so special about the bow. However, in the next moment, the Palace of Death's custodian, Nie Zue's reaction stunned all of the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene, including the 4 of them. "Why, you're really going to pawn this bow with me?" Not only was Nie Zue not enraged when he held the lousy bow in the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples, but he even looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. In the eyes of the others, it was obvious that he had lost his composure. The reason Nie Zue was so excited was none other than the fact that he discovered the bow in his hand was not ordinary. He had only weighed the bow a few times before he discovered that although its strength was not as strong as 100 inscription saint weapon, it was not too far off. Naturally, Nie Zue would not care if it was a saint weapon that was not as strong as 100 inscription saint weapon. After all, even 100 inscription saint weapon was nothing to him. The reason he valued this bow was because he discovered there were only a few low-grade saint inscriptions inscribed on the bowstring. It could not even be considered a 10 inscription saint weapon. With the strength of this bow, it's not difficult for it to withstand a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions. Nie Zue had already tested it earlier. Even when he circulated the powerful saint origin in his body, He could not bend the body of the bow in his hand at all. Based on this, one could see how rare and precious the material used to forge this bow was. Even if it's just a bowstring inscribed with a few hundred saint inscriptions, its strength is still stronger than most thousand inscriptions saint weapons. Nyezue was 100% sure of this. Just now, when he was testing the bow in his hand, he also discovered that the bow contained a mysterious power. Although the bowstring of this bow was made from the tendons of a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was only inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions. Regardless of the body of the bow, its strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 10 inscriptions saint weapon. The reason the strength of this bow was comparable to 100 inscriptions saint weapon was due to the mysterious energy in it. Elder Nyezue, this bow is not bad, right? I obtained this when I obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. If it weren't for the fact that I'm on the brink of death today, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily. Duan Lingtian said. It's not just not bad. When Nyezue heard Duan Lingtian's bow was left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, his eyes lit up even more. At the same time, he said readily, all right, how many contribution points do you want? 200,000 contribution points is enough, Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, he took out his crystal card and passed it to Nyezue. Nyezue took Duan Lingtian's crystal card and transferred 200,000 contribution points to Duan Lingtian without hesitation. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim, now, I really hope you'll be killed by Yangwan. If that's the case, your bow will be mine. In Nyezue's opinion, it was worth it to exchange 200,000 contribution points for a saint weapon that was even more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. In Zoroastrianism, an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon would cost 1 million contribution points to exchange for. Moreover, it was usually priceless. Even for the most outstanding saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, inscribing 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was a skill that required a lot of effort. The deal between Duan Lingtian and Nyezue was completed in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! It was only when Duan Lingtian took the 200,000 contribution points Nyezue transferred to him and went to the palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder to bet on himself that the group of Saint Land disciples around the Death Arena finally regained their senses. As soon as they regained their senses, an uproar broke out. T200,000 contribution points? Are you kidding me? That lousy bow is worth 200,000 contribution points? Lousy bow? You actually think the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon is a lousy bow? What a joke. No wonder Elder Nyezue was so agitated earlier. As it turns out, he could see how extraordinary the bow is. It seems like this bow was indeed left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Hermph. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. He actually didn't use the weapon left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the death arena. Instead, he used it to exchange for contribution points. What a gambler. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. However, they still believed in Nyezue's judgment. From now on, stop placing bets. At the same time, after Duan Lingtian bet 200,000 contribution points on himself, the palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder's voice resonated in the air. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Chapter 1997. Soon after, the palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder calculated the odds for today's death duel in the Palace of Death. 7. 1 on Yangwan winning, 1. 7 on Duan Lingtian winning. Soon after, one of the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder announced loudly. His voice resonated in the Palace of Death's ears. In other words, if Yangwan was the one who survived today, they would receive 1 contribution point for every 7 contribution points they bet on Yangwan. On the other hand, if Duan Lingtian was the one who survived, they would receive 7 contribution points for every 1 contribution point they bet on Duan Lingtian. More than 300,000 contribution points have already been bet on Duan Lingtian, and the odds are still so exaggerated? Doesn't this mean more than 1 million contribution points have been bet on senior brother Yangwan? Many Saint Lan disciples were stunned when they learned about the odds from the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder. Isn't this too much? It seems like everyone thinks highly of Senior Brother Yangwon. I'm starting to regret betting 2,000 contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwon. Most of the elders in the Palace of Death have also bet a lot of contribution points on Senior Brother Yangwon. That's for sure. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bet more than 2,100,000 contribution points on Senior Martial Brother Yangwon. No matter what, most of the Saint Lan's disciples who placed their bets on Yangwon were satisfied with the current odds. Duan Lingtian, do you need this bow in your death duel with Yangwon? If you do, I can lend you this bow temporarily. After all, I'll have to return this bow to you if you survive. If you don't survive, it won't be too late for me to take this bow back from you. When Duan Lingtian returned to the death arena to confront Yangwon, Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had already arrived in the air above the death arena, asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, most of the Holy Land disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As expected of the number 1 Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, Elder Nie Zue's courage is truly admirable. That's right. Now that Duan Lingtian's bow was in Elder Duan Lingtian's hands as collateral, it was considered Elder Nie Zue's personal property for the time being. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted to borrow it, he could refuse. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, before Duan Lingtian could speak, he would take the initiative to lend the bow to Duan Lingtian? That bow is a saint weapon left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. If Duan Lingtian uses it to fight Senior Brother Yangwon in a death duel, perhaps he'll be able to last for a long time before being killed by Senior Brother Yangwon. Most of the Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian used the sun-shooting bow, he would not be a match for Yangwon. Naturally, some of the Saint Lan disciples were worried as well. All of them were worried. If Duan Lingtian used the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, wouldn't his strength rise to another level? At that time, wouldn't Senior Brother Yangwon be in danger? The moment they thought of this, they began to cause a commotion again. Since you have the guts to pawn the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, you should have the guts not to use it. Don't forget that you've already pawned it. If you're a man, don't use that bow. Duan Lingtian, don't make us look down on you. For the sake of their contribution points, these Saint Lan disciples threw caution to the wind and said whatever they could think of. However, they soon realized they wasted quite a bit of their saliva, but Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not listen to them at all. Immediately, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Regardless of the commotion caused by the Holy Land's disciples who had bet on Yangwon maintained a calm expression on his face. He was not affected by Nie Zue's offer to lend the bow to Duan Lingtian. Other than Duan Lingtian himself, he knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else present. Because of this, he knew that Duan Lingtian was an expert in the sword and not the bow. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's bow was not bad. However, if he was stronger when it came to using a bow, why did he not use a bow when he fought with Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine? In addition, Duan Lingtian's advanced offensive god art was a sword-type god art. This he also knew. For this reason, Yangwon was almost certain. Even if Duan Lingtian's bow was left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, it would not be of much help to Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was not an expert in using a bow. As it turned out, Yangwon was right. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Nie Zue. However, I'm not an expert in using a bow. Duan Lingtian politely declined Nie Zue's kindness. At the same time, he realized Nie Zue, who was also not an expert in using a bow, would not covet the sun-shooting bow. Even if Nie Zue was tempted by the sun-shooting bow after discovering how extraordinary it was, Nie Zue was not an expert in using a bow. However, since Nie Zue was not skilled in using a bow, and he was the first Silver Flame Elder of the Fire Worship sect who valued his reputation, it was impossible for him to covet a bow that he might not even need in front of so many people. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was willing to take out the sun-shooting bow and pawn it in Nie Zue's hands. If it was someone else, he might not have dared to do this. No wonder Duan Lingtian would pawn the treasured bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. As it turns out, he's not an expert in using a bow. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally understood. Many Saint Lan disciples who had placed heavy bets on Yang Wen could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, the sun-shooting bow that the group of Saint Lan disciples called a broken bow had now become a treasured bow. The change in their attitude toward the sun-shooting bow was not small at all. All of this was, naturally, due to Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, acknowledging the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene, including Nie Zue, did not know that the seemingly broken bow in Nie Zue's hands was the sun-shooting bow. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not introduce it at all. The reason he did not introduce it was because Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary. In his opinion, the sun-shooting bow would not stay in Nie Zue's hands for long. It would return to him very soon. In the death arena, Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen stood facing each other as they prepared to make their move. Duan Lingtian was an ordinary elite disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had just joined the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism not long ago and could be considered as a new disciple. Yang Wen was a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He had been in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism for many years and was considered a senior disciple. These two people were going to sign a death pact in the Palace of Death in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Let's begin. As Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, spoke, the atmosphere in the entire place was instantly ignited. All of the Saint Lan disciples' attention was focused on the death arena as they stared at the two people standing on it. It's finally going to begin. Most of the Saint Lan disciples' hearts skipped a beat as an expression of anticipation appeared on their faces. Senior brother Yang Wen, you can do it. Kill Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Yang Wen, I've bet 5,000 contribution points on you. Don't disappoint me. Senior brother Yang Wen, kill him. Kill him. Many of the Saint Lan disciples stood up. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to shout. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the murderer of their fathers. These Saint Lan disciples were the ones who had bet heavily on Yang Wen. If Yang Wen killed Duan Lingtian, it would mean that they would be able to reap a lot of contribution points today. For this reason, they were more concerned about the outcome of this battle than anyone else. Junior brother Lingtian, Sunda, who was sitting in the corner of the spectator seat, sighed as he retracted his gaze. He could not bear to watch the next scene. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Yang Wen. Senior brother Lingtian, you can do it. Guan Xiu stared at Duan Lingtian as he waved his fist and cheered for Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, even though his voice wasn't there, it was completely drowned out by the endless voices cheering for Yang Wen. He seemed to be isolated and helpless. Brother Mu, apart from himself, nobody thinks highly of him. Why do you think so highly of him? You even asked me to bet my contribution points on him? There were only two people sitting in the spectator seats with an excellent view. One of them asked the other. The person who asked the question was none other than the true disciple, Lu Yun. He was also ranked 27th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. The person he asked was Lu Mu, who had just arrived at the Saint Land from the White Tiger Sanctum. I believe in him. Lu Mu's answer was simple and straightforward when faced with Lu Yun's question. Lu Yun was rendered speechless for a moment. He felt Lu Mu was a little too blind. At this moment, Lu Yun even regretted listening to Lu Mu and betting all his 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to sign a death duel pact with me. I really admire your courage. I really have to thank you for giving me a chance to avenge my brother. Yang Wen said as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when Nie Zue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, announced the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy surged out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The energy from Yang Wen's body surged out, causing the surrounding space to ripple and set off a gust of wind. It was as though heaven and earth would change color. The energy that surged out of Yang Wen's body was not the saint energy. It was the saint origin of a saint celestial stage powerhouse. The saint celestial stage was divided into 9 forms. The first form of the saint celestial stage was the saint origin form, When one's cultivation base had broken through to the first form of the saint celestial stage, it meant the saint energy in one's body had transformed into the more powerful saint origin. Compared to the saint energy, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.